Chapter 789. A cold wind swept across the land, whistling through the mountains and valleys, making the place seem even more desolate. The northern region was vast and boundless. Loneliness and monotony were the eternal themes. It was rare to see flowers in full bloom, and rare to see birds chirping. Oases were scattered like sesame seeds, and they were nothing at all. Yi Fan passed through one red land after another, and finally found his destination according to his memory. A purple mountain stood in front of him, like an angry sword soaring into the sky. There were also 9 mountain ridges on the horizon, lying like 9 dragons, exuding the vicissitudes of life and loneliness. Without a doubt, he had come to the Purple Mountain, which was the ancient Emperor Mountain mentioned by the primordial creatures. It was the place where Emperor Wuxia died. Since ancient times, no one could match the power of Emperor Wuxia. He could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and make many life-forbidden zones behave themselves. In fact, Emperor Ruthless was a good choice. He was definitely ruthless and powerful enough. If he came back to life, perhaps even the primordial ancestors would tremble. However, Ruthless could live for 3 or 4 lives, and no one knew which life he should find. Purple Mountain? I'm here again. Yi Fan sighed. He had tried several times to enter, but he couldn't. Now that he was forced to this step, he had to risk his life. In the past, the Holy Lands attacked the Purple Mountain many times, trying to get Emperor Wuxia's inheritance. But when the bell rang, people with multiple imperial weapons could only retreat. The last time, the Holy Lands joined forces with the Central Province Divine Dynasty and finally broke in. Some people even said that they saw Emperor Wuxia sitting cross-legged on a platform. It's been so many years. Why can the Wuxia bell ring without anyone? What kind of power is controlling it? Why can't the other imperial weapons resist? Is Emperor Wuxia really dead? He's such a powerful existence. Maybe he left something behind. Let's take a step back and say that if Emperor Wuxia died, his corporeal body would definitely be imperishable. He has an innate saint body, and I have a saint body, so I should be able to sense him. If I can enter his body. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had made up his mind to enter the Purple Mountain. He wanted to see great Emperor Wuxia, dead or alive. He had to get an answer. He landed on the ground and approached the mountain step by step. This majestic Purple Mountain inspired awe and reverence in others. There were too many secrets here. The deity in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races, the undying heavenly emperor, was once buried here. It was originally called the Ancient Sovereign Mountain. Even the heavenly prince came out from here. He was taken away by the Yuan Daoist master 10,000 years ago as a rare stone, and then Yi Fan cut out a divine egg from the jade pool. The Ancient Sovereign Mountain is a place where the 10,000 primordial races make a pilgrimage. The undying heavenly emperor is buried there. In the end, great Emperor Wuxia also chose this place. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Yuan Daoist master once said that this place contained the extreme mysteries of heaven and earth. He once asked his descendants to pay respect to this mountain, hoping that there would be good karma in the future. Now that Yi Fan had returned, he naturally wouldn't forget to use his Genesis technique to investigate. He hoped that he would be able to solve this mystery today and find out what was so special about it. For the deity in the hearts of the 10,000 primordial races and the great emperor of the human race to choose this place, what kind of secrets does this place have? Yi Fan walked around the Purple Mountain and measured every inch of the land. He looked at the 9 dragon veins in the distance and wanted to see through the mysteries of heaven. Suddenly, when he walked around to the other side, he came face to face with someone. The two of them stared at each other. That dog Duanda. Birdman Saint Physique, why aren't you dead yet? The two of them spoke at the same time and cursed each other. Both of them had unhappy expressions on their faces. In front of them was a fatty who didn't look like a good person. He was wearing a Taoist robe and a purple gold crown. Everything he wore was definitely a treasure. It was Daoist Wuliang. Damn fatty, how many immoral things have you done? How many graves have you dug? Look at the crown on your head and the heavenly silk Daoist robe on you. They were definitely dug out not long ago. Yi Fan said in disdain. Not bad, your eyesight has improved. Alright, damn it, when are you going to return my weapons? Are you going to pretend that nothing happened after you robbed them all those years ago? Duanda was very unhappy. Damn fatty, what are you doing here? Yi Fan said with a surprised expression, don't tell me you also have designs on Great Emperor Wuxia and want to dig up his grave. You can't say that. Whether Great Emperor Wuxia is dead or not is another matter. Duanda was very guilty and said, I'm here to admire the ruins. You have the nerve to say that? People who dig up other people's ancestral graves all day are here to admire a great tomb. What do you think you mean? Yi Fan curled his lips. F***ck, don't talk nonsense in this place, okay? Duanda was anxious. You also have times when you are afraid. Do you also believe that Great Emperor Wuxia is not dead? Yi Fan asked curiously. Even if Wuxia is dead, he is not someone that others can blaspheme. You will be in big trouble if you speak nonsense. Fatty Duan became more and more guilty. You steal and dig all day and you also have times when you are afraid? Yi Fan felt that it was funny. Damn it, don't compare me with those grave robbers. I am a researcher with lofty ideals. Everything I do is to restore the historical truth. Duanda boasted shamelessly. Yi Fan said with a look of disdain, you are a grave robber, but you act like an archaeologist. Even I feel embarrassed for you. Restore the historical truth? Why don't you say that you are researching the evolution and cultivation process of human beings? I find that you, a guy who is not well liked, sometimes use words quite accurately. That's right, I am an archaeologist from now on. Don't call me a grave robber, I will be angry with anyone who mentions me again. I am a great archaeologist with lofty ideals. I take it as my duty to straighten out the progress of human beings and reconstruct the true history through the underground cemetery. Duanda was awe-inspiring. I have never seen such a shameless person. Yi Fan really couldn't stand him. That is why I am here to do archaeology. I want to witness the miracles of the ancient emperors to inspire the future generations. This is a milestone of great historical significance. Show off all you want. Yi Fan was speechless. Right kid, why are you still alive? You offended the Valley of Divinity and cursed the ancient imperial family. Now you are alive and well in the northern region. Have you eaten too much or are you tired of living? Duanda looked surprised. Can't you say something nice? I want to do archaeology, okay? Yi Fan glanced at him. I know we are both great witnesses of history. Your Genesis art and my feng shui are unbeatable in the world. Duanda was very good at talking. He suddenly asked, did you really leave this world for 12 years? Where did you go? What did you see? Are there many tombs there? Where's the cool? Go to hell. Yi Fan chose to ignore him and continued to measure the purple mountain. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. The more he looked, the more he was shocked. What was so mysterious about this place? It involved life and death. An ancient emperor choosing this place was self-evident. They controlled yin and yang, life and death. This was a little scary. Was Wuxia really still alive? How come you also see something unusual? To me, the most authoritative person in the archaeology world, this place is really strange. What do you see? Yi Fan asked. This is a huge tomb. It's pulled by 9 dragon veins. It looks like it wants to break through the sky, Duanda said. What? When Yi Fan heard this, he shuddered. Listening to this guy, it really was like 9 dragons pulling a coffin. As an authoritative person in the archaeology world, I can say with certainty that this tomb was not built for the dead. It was prepared for the living, Duanda said. The two of them had similar viewpoints. After a serious discussion, they came to a shocking conclusion. The power of heaven and earth here could connect yin and yang and reverse life and death. It was an immortal land of fortune. Impossible. The ancient emperors should have all died. If Wuxia was still alive, the Azure Emperor wouldn't have appeared in this world. Last time when we attacked this mountain, someone said that they saw Emperor Wuxia sitting on the Dao platform. He was vivid and lifelike as if he had a life of his own. The more they talked, the stranger they felt. This place made them feel a bit scared. Then they thought of the undying heavenly emperor. He was an ancient existence, the only god in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. The Purple Mountain was his burial place. Strictly speaking, Emperor Wuxia was a dove occupying the magpie's nest and later became the master. Then, they thought of the immortal mansion world in the Central Plains. There was a coffin made from the enlightened tea tree there, and inside was the undying heavenly emperor's skin. Did the undying heavenly emperor run out alive, or was he thrown out by Emperor Wuxia? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. This place was more complicated and terrifying than they had imagined. "Brat, do you still want to go in?" Duanda glanced at him. "I have no choice but to go in. In order to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races, I have no other choice. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre in the Valley of Gods." Yi Fan sighed and then asked if he wanted to go in. "I'm a man of great moral integrity. In order to restore the truth of history and solve the mystery of the Wuxia bell, I've decided to go in," Duanda said righteously. At the end of the day, he still wanted to dig up a tomb and had his eyes on the Wuxia bell. Yi Fan was happy for him to follow. This guy had half a monarch weapon and knew feng shui tomb techniques. He would definitely be a great help. "I can't go in like this." Back then, several sacred grounds and immortal dynasties went in with multiple monarch weapons and were killed. Who knows how many old antiques died? "I only have half a monarch weapon, so I'll be blasted to pieces if I go in," Duanda muttered. He decided to find the blind old man and ask him to borrow the other half of the sky-devouring evil jar. "Can you find him?" Yi Fan was doubtful. In these years, the 13 bandits had either died or disappeared. They had all suffered heavy losses. Back then, he came out with half a monarch weapon to save those bandits, but he was almost killed by the clone of an ancient king. "I arrived in time and fused the sky-devouring evil jar to destroy that clone." Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seemed that the 13 bandits hadn't had a good time all these years. No wonder the old man had gone to break through. Could it be that he was about to become a saint? Perhaps only the sky-devouring evil jar can protect us after it fuses. "It's different from other monarch weapons," Duanda said. When the jar was separated, its power wasn't obvious and it was even difficult to activate. But once it fused, it would be incomparably strange. One could occasionally hear sighs as if the ancient heavenly emperor was about to revive. It was a vicious weapon, forged from his own body. It was completely different from other monarch weapons. Duanda went to find the blind old man. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also left the Purple Mountain and began to make preparations. In an unknown mountain range, Yi Fan went thousands of miles underground and buried his true body. His primordial spirit flew out and entered the saint shell. "That damned Duanda is in this area. That bastard better not steal my true body," Yi Fan muttered. He didn't know how many origin divine runes he had carved. He racked his brains and spent several days to get the 2 pieces of green copper out and put them into the saint shell. Then, Yi Fan brought a few emperor jades and other necessities back to the Purple Mountain. Damn, a saint. Duanda had already returned. His eyes were wide open and he immediately took out the sky-devouring evil jar. Chapter 790. In front of the Purple Mountain, Fatty Duan was scared out of his wits. He decisively took out the lid of the evil jar and fled. He didn't want to fight, he wanted to escape. Although he had half an emperor weapon, it wasn't perfect. Moreover, activating it would definitely suck him dry. He didn't have the demeanor of a master or a heroic spirit. He used the lid to protect himself and ran. The saint was all skin and bones, his flesh and blood dried up. However, the vitality he exuded was terrifying. He was wearing a tattered battle robe from an unknown era as he chased after Duan. This was naturally Yi Fan. After entering the saint's body, he wanted to beat Duan up the moment he saw him. Naturally, the heartless Daoist was scared out of his wits and ran faster than a rabbit. After Yi Fan adapted to this body for a short while, he immediately used the row formula and quickly caught up, laughing strangely. Motherf asterisk cur, what a horrifying laugh. Fatty Duan's hair stood on end. He shrunk his neck and rolled like a ball, his speed increasing by several times. Yi Fan chased after him. The sparse hair on this body fluttered in the wind and the deep eye sockets glowed eerily. He really looked like a 10,000-year-old corpse. Kikik! Hearing this laughter, Duanda had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing the other reaching out to touch his butt, he was so scared that he turned into a black light and disappeared into the ground. Yi Fan used the clairvoyant eye and saw that there was a thief's tunnel leading to an altar deep underground. The damned fatty was so scared that he wanted to cross the void to escape. Haha! Yi Fan laughed. Fatty Duan stood on the altar with a gloomy expression. Then he slowly figured out that if this was a saint who wanted to kill him, he would have attacked the evil jar long ago. Motherf asterisk cur. Duanda rushed out of the thief's tunnel and stared at Yi Fan for a long time. He was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly and almost pounced on Yi Fan to kill him. He understood feng shui and had cultivated the heavenly eye of yin-yang. After careful observation, he saw a familiar wisp of energy rushing out of the saint's head. After cursing, Duanda's eyes lit up again. With the flesh of a saint, it'll be much safer to enter the Purple Mountain. After Yi Fan familiarized himself with the sage's body, he felt that the dried-up sea of reincarnation and Dao palaces in his body had recovered some vitality. Even the broken bronze bell and battle spear flew out for his use. However, he sighed again. The strength of this physical body was absolutely indescribable. It was ridiculously powerful. He felt as if he could shatter a holy weapon. However, even though a portion of his divine power had recovered, it couldn't be completely revived. After all, he had been dead for many years. Moreover, his primordial spirit had already passed away. There were no sage laws or great Dao comprehensions left behind. This was the flesh shell of a saint. After Yi Fan's primordial spirit took control of it, his physical body was absolutely invincible. However, if he wanted to display the might of a real saint, it would be too difficult. He lacked the corresponding heaven-defying law imprint. That kind of thing is born in the primordial spirit, and the imprint has long been extinguished with time. Otherwise, how could you take control of the sacred shell? You would have been erased long ago. Unless it's the corporeal body of an ancient great emperor, I reckon that even his hair and even his clipped nails are interweaved with the supreme great Dao laws and have the most original markings of heaven and earth, Duanda said. Yi Fan asked the heartless Daoist why the old blind hadn't arrived yet. He said that he had gone to borrow the devil jar from the seventh great bandit, Tu Tian. The two of them waited here for several days and finally saw the old blind swindler. Compared to a dozen years ago, he looked even more like an old swindler in the pugilistic world. The moment they met, he grabbed Duanda's hand affectionately and shook it. Then, he cleanly and skillfully removed the string of heavenly fey divine pearls and put it on his wrist without blushing or skipping a beat. Duanda stomped his feet and scolded him for being an ingrate, heartless, and for saving his life for nothing. The old blind man rolled his eyes and said that he was the one who saved the heartless Daoist's life. It was the damned fatty who plundered the ancient cemetery of an archaic royal family that provoked an ancient king's avatar to chase after him. None of them were good people, this was Yi Fan's understanding. Neither of these two were good things and were rather scoundrels. Put together, they were about the same weight. The old blind man's current cultivation was extremely frightening. Yi Fan couldn't quite figure it out. According to his conjecture, he was at the same level as the Crimson Dragon back then. After the world changed, he became a king. What if we go in and alarm the archaic royal family? Yi Fan asked. Don't worry, they've already scrammed away. Back then, when Wuxia's bell rang, all the ancient kings here were swept out, said Duanda. He spoke of a few secrets not known to others. Back then, Great Emperor Wuxia entered Purple Mountain and imprisoned all the protectors of the 9 dragon veins in ancient Sovereign Mountain, leaving them a place to be gate gods. Gate gods sounds nice, but in reality, it's just forcefully imprisoning them here to serve as guards, said the old blind man. Last time the bell rang, all the archaic races were shaken out. They couldn't stay here any longer, so Purple Mountain was almost empty. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Rumor has it that there's an immortal phoenix medicine inside. This time, we can smell the medicinal fragrance. Duanda was impatient. You little grave robber, You've been waiting here for more than 10 years. I knew you were up to no good. You even dared to enter the cemetery of an archaic royal family. Today, you finally couldn't help but set your sights on the tomb of an ancient great emperor, said the old blind man. Damn it, I'm just a great archaeologist. Everything I do is to restore history and witness miracles. Don't compare my lofty ideals to your insignificant demigod mentality. Dogs it. The old blind man was concise. Stop arguing. Should we forcefully break in or find a path to enter? Asked Yi Fan. Duanda said, every tomb is a beautiful work of art. Forcefully breaking in is a crime and trampling on history. You are a sinner for all eternity. We have to walk in elegantly and appreciate it with a lofty state of mind. Scram. The old blind man slapped the back of his head. He tossed a pile of tortoise shells on the ground and began to look for an auspicious divination. In the end, he pointed at a dragon vein. That was the gate of life, and there was an auspicious divination. Yi Fan laughed when he saw this. This was the path he had walked in the past, but when he followed the ancient vein, he couldn't laugh anymore. In the depths, that natural yin-yang diagram turned into primal chaos, becoming a Tao point. It made one's heart palpitate and couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan was deeply moved. Yin and yang reversed, turning into limitless. This was the innate beginning of the Tao. This was a terrifying transformation of the Tao. They definitely couldn't enter this place. If they forced their way in, they would most likely return to limitless and become Tao on the spot. They would become a strand of laws and disappear from the world. This is your divination? It's just a charlatan, far worse than my tombs. The others all left while Duanda nagged. Humans make mistakes and horses stumble. That used to be the safest gate, but after little brat you walked through it, it became the most dangerous place. Then, the old crazy man continued to deduce. The tortoise shell made crackling sounds as it rolled around on the ground. His expression was solemn as he rejected 5 more dragon veins. He went to verify them one by one, and sure enough, they were all dead ends. Someone had walked through them and turned them into a natural moat. Only the last 3 were left. He deduced them one by one and found that they were all passable. In the end, they chose a path with a better divination and began to advance. Have we come to the universe? Why does it look like a star domain? Duanda muttered. This dragon vein was difficult to walk. They didn't know how many formation patterns they had to break and how many dangerous areas they had to pass through to reach the end. This was a resplendent starry sky. Stepping into it would make one lose their way. There was no way to go through and they didn't know what was going on. It really is a star domain. Even Yi Fan was a bit dumbfounded. This path was too mysterious. He couldn't help but think of the secret history of Laozi leaving Hangu Pass. Opening the west gate of Hangu Pass connected to a star domain and walked towards the ancient path of the starry sky. Could this dragon vein be the same? The end led to a star domain? This isn't a real star domain, but it's close. I'm afraid it's a miniature star domain refined by Great Emperor Wuxia, the old blind man said. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. How could they go over? How many years would they have to fly across a star domain? Perhaps they wouldn't reach the end even if they died of old age. It's not a real star domain, there are flaws to be found. Since Great Emperor Wuxia left a path in the previous dragon veins, we can definitely go through here, the old crazy man said. Duanda said, this might not be left behind by Wuxia. Maybe it was refined by that old bastard, the undying heavenly emperor. After all, this was his grave in the beginning. It's not impossible, but as long as it's not a real star domain, there's still a way. The old blind man began to deduce with the tortoise shell. Just like that, they began a difficult journey, advancing while risking their lives. During the night, the old blind man pulled out a bunch of hair and finally figured out a way to find the spatial node. He believed there would be a way out. Several days later, they were lost in this terrifying star domain. They couldn't tell their direction and completely lost their sense of space. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed them all. Boom! At this moment, the saint shell that Yi Fan had taken over displayed its terrifying side. A punch shattered the vacuum and sent them flying out. No, it's this black hole. If we go through it, we'll pass through this star domain. The old blind man suddenly shouted. Then what are we waiting for? Let's use the sky-devouring evil jar and go through it, Duanda said. No, if we use the imperial weapon now, we'll most likely trigger the Wuxia bell. At that time, this place will most likely be destroyed and will be in danger. The old blind man shook his head and then stared at Yi Fan. Fine, if you're not worried, then let me try, Yi Fan said. What was a star domain black hole? It could devour and destroy everything. Perhaps only the physical body of a saint could withstand this kind of power. Yi Fan drew them into his body and then took a deep breath. He turned into a beam of light as his golden blood energy soared into the sky and illuminated the entire miniature star domain. Boom! He entered the black hole and passed through it. After an unknown period of time, he appeared inside a purple mountain. The light here was somewhat dim. The jade palaces and pavilions were covered in dust, simple and unadorned. There were many ancient paths and caves leading in all directions. They had successfully entered the purple mountain. Duanda jumped up and rubbed his hands excitedly. People in our line of work have always been researching an important topic, and that is how to overcome the curtains of the ancient emperors. This is especially true for the tomb of Wuxia. I'm the first archaeologist to enter this place. Have we arrived at the deepest part, the place where great Emperor Wuxia passed away? The old blind man felt uneasy as he stared at the platform behind the bejeweled palace. Yi Fan and Duanda also looked over after hearing this and felt their hair stand on end. There was a Dao platform there, incomparably grand and tall. There was a lot of mist lingering around it, giving it a mysterious and terrifying appearance. One could vaguely see a tall figure sitting cross-legged on it, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 791. The years had washed away all of its splendor. The bejeweled buildings and jade palaces were stained with the dust of history. The light was dim, and the figure on the Grand Dao platform was extremely indistinct. The pressure was suffocating. Was he Great Emperor Wuxia's? As soon as the three of them entered, they saw a figure sitting on top, hidden within the mist. They were immediately stupefied. Swoosh! Within the mist, two streaks of lightning shot over, illuminating this dusky mountain belly. That figure opened his eyes. He's still alive. Duanda's entire body went cold. As someone who had the ambition to dig up the tomb of an ancient great emperor, there was nothing worse than this. Of course, for them, they were even more shocked, almost suffocating. A living great emperor was too indistinct, just like a legend. Something's wrong. Even though the old blind man's nickname had the word blind in it, his eyes were better than anyone else's. He saw through the mist and saw the true body. Duanda also opened his yin-yang heavenly eye in that instant, seeing through the source. He immediately jumped up and down, and at the same time, a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. Motherfucker, it's an archaic ancestral king. This time, things are going to be troublesome. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. The one in front of him was a genuine ancient creature. When he opened his divine eyes, he could see its true body. Mist curled about the Dao platform, but it was difficult to hide that type of aura. The killing intent was intimidating. Even though he was in human form, he had 24 pairs of wings. His skin was wrinkled and piled up together. There were lumps all over his body, and it looked like he was going to die in a seated posture. He was extremely large. He sat on the Dao platform with his back perfectly straight. The expression in his eyes was terrifying and penetrating as he stared rigidly at them. This was an archaic creature that was aged beyond recognition. All of his hair had fallen out, but he was extremely sinister like an ancient demonic god. His killing intent was extremely heavy. Don't be scared, he's going to die. It seems like he's about to transform into the Dao. He can't deal with us. Duanda encouraged himself. Suddenly, a low and overcast demonic roar sounded. The aged ancient creature on the Dao platform threw himself over. His attacks were ruthless, immediately unleashing great destruction. The heaven and earth covering Saint Aura was like a stellar domain that turned into an ocean, surging and roaring as it arrived. This type of pressure was unimaginable. Who in the present world could match the power of an archaic ancestral king? Even though he was extremely old, he still far surpassed the rest of them. Duanda and the blind old man cried out, and their souls almost left their bodies. A single drop of a saint's blood essence could kill a powerhouse. Who could withstand such an attack? They decisively took out vicious Great Emperor armament. The demonic lid and the jar fused together, emitting an extreme pressure that protected them below. Otherwise, they would be turned into ashes on the spot. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body was covered in golden light. The flesh shell that he had entered was that of a saint who specialized in a single secret realm. Like him, it was also a saint body. This kind of physique was unparalleled in the present age, and no living person could compare to it. Just a slight movement from him was like a vast and mighty golden ocean. Yi Fan's body turned into a blazing light as he charged over to meet this primordial ancestral king head-on. He didn't use any spells and just twisted one of his arms. Close combat, close combat. This was Yi Fan's only choice. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. He had the sacred shell, but he didn't have the corresponding magic power. Without the support of the laws of the world, he could only rely on this indestructible body to kill. A violent collision, an instant of life and death. As a saint-level figure, this kind of close combat made one's blood run cold. Any random movement would be destructive. Yi Fan tore off one of the old ancestor king's arms. The sacred shell was unparalleled, and it wasn't a lie. Saints of the same level could only nurse a grievance if they were caught. A long string of blood erupted and instantly annihilated a part of the void, turning that place into a place of Dao transformation and destroying all life. A single drop of a saint's blood can kill a powerhouse. As expected, this much blood is enough to wipe out a group. Duanda's scalp went numb. Not good. The blind old man cried out in alarm. Together with Duanda, he activated the heaven-devouring evil jar to press forward. This was because this old ancestor king had seen through Yi Fan's actual situation. His entire body surged with magic power, wanting to use this great Dao imprint to suppress and kill him. When a saint used magic power, they could definitely destroy tens of thousands of miles of pure land. Fortunately, everything here couldn't be destroyed in the Purple Mountain. Otherwise, it would have turned into ruins a long time ago. If Duanda and the blind old man didn't have the heaven-devouring evil jar's protection, no matter how great their divine arts were, they would still be shattered into dust. Bang! Yi Fan didn't wait for them to use the heaven-devouring evil jar. He grabbed a piece of green copper and directly faced the monstrous magic power. With this attack, the great Dao patterns in the sky turned to dust and disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, Yi Fan used all his strength and tore off the old ancestor king's other arm. Blood gushed out, creating a very bloody scene. With a low roar, the old ancestor king, who was about to die of old age, burned all over. He wanted to use his magic power to burn Yi Fan, who wouldn't let him go. Boom! Suddenly, this ancient creature collapsed. There was no dripping blood, no bone dregs flying in all directions. Instead, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the air. Transformation of the Dao. Yi Fan was stunned. The blind old man and Duanda were also dumbfounded. This old ancestor king disappeared just like that. I know. When we came in, he was already transforming into the Dao. He's about to die. They secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, if an ancient saint at his peak was here, even with an extreme emperor weapon, they might not have been able to kill him. Yi Fan was only able to injure the other because he was lucky. The aged old ancestor king didn't know that Yi Fan's flesh was peerless and was caught in close combat. Otherwise, the result would have been the complete opposite and he would have been drenched in blood. If he wasn't in the process of transforming into the Dao and returned to the world at the critical moment, we would be in big trouble. Kid, your green copper? Duanda's eyes were burning. It's none of your business. Yi Fan quickly pulled him to the side and put away the green copper. He didn't put it away into his body or else it would be very difficult to summon it out. This green copper's power is really great. It blocked an attack from an ancient saint. The blind old man also muttered. This thing can only passively defend and doesn't have any offensive power. Otherwise, that ancient ancestor king would have died from the shock. Duanda didn't give up and couldn't forget about the green copper. However, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he stared at Yi Fan's corporeal body and clicked his tongue in wonder. No matter what era it was, a sacred shell would be a treasure that people would fight to the death for. Where did you dig out this corporeal body from? It can even tear apart a saint. It's definitely a divine shell. In the distant past, it said that a total of 9 great completion saint physiques appeared. I've searched for many years without any results. If I can dig out one, I'll definitely be invincible. Fatty Duan didn't stop and shifted his attention from the green copper to the saint physique. At the end, he revealed a strange expression and said, "That's right, where's your real body?" After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart jumped wildly. This bastard had indeed thought of this. He remained calm and didn't say anything else. "I know, you must have been buried outside and left behind a wisp of your primordial spirit. I'm afraid your body will perish in the ancient Emperor Mountain." Duanda laughed mischievously. Yi Fan felt uneasy and fiercely said, "Damn Fatty, don't have any crooked ideas. It's fine if you steal all the cemeteries, but don't tell me you want to steal from a living person like me." "How could I, Duanda, be so righteous and never do immoral things? I'm just a great archaeologist." Duanda dryly laughed. This place was deathly quiet. Apart from the jade palaces covered in dust, there was nothing else. Clearly, this wasn't the deepest part of the Purple Mountain and not the place where great Emperor Wu Shi passed away. The tortoise shell in the old blind man's hand crackled as he continuously divined. Duanda walked and stopped from time to time to check the feng shui. Yi Fan wasn't idle either as he searched for the origin vein and observed the terrain. The three of them working together was truly amazing. They had a clear division of labor and soon determined a path ahead. They followed an ancient cave and went deep into an open space. "It's completely different from the path I took last time." Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. The interior of the Purple Mountain was very big and formed a small world. The area he had been to before was only a corner. "There's the sound of water ahead." The three were surprised as they walked along an ancient path paved with green jade. They walked up the stairs and arrived at an ancient land. There were pavilions, withered vines, and ancient trees. The water flickered and there was a pond in front. It was actually carved out of green jade and turned into a pool of water with white mist rising from it. This should be some kind of immortal pool. Could it be Great Emperor Wu Shi's bath? The old blind man was very disloyal. After arriving here, he kicked Duanda down and let him test the water. "Motherf asterisk her, old thing, I'll remember you." The unscrupulous Daoist was furious. His expression became strange as he muttered to himself, "This water is really special. It can speed up the circulation of the blood in the body and increase the speed of cultivation." Gulp, gulp. He drank a few mouthfuls and praised the sweet taste. He said that the source of the water might be the divine spring. He immediately jumped up and ran upstream. When he reached the end of the flowing water, there were clouds and rosy clouds. The place was enshrouded in a myriad of colors. There was an even more gorgeous spring carved out of multicolored jade. "This is definitely Great Emperor Wu Shi's land of cleansing. I'll also enjoy it." Fatty Duan pounced in and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Yi Fan's expression was strange. He squatted down and picked up a few glossy black beast hairs. He was momentarily stunned. "Brat, what are you holding in your hand?" Duanda felt that something was wrong. "Bird hair," the old blind man said calmly. Fatty Duan's face immediately turned pale. He strenuously retched until his bile was almost spat out. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a small tuft of dog hair. "Motherf asterisk her, is there a dog here? What a waste. Bathing in a divine spring like this?" Duanda cursed while vomiting. Yi Fan was very excited. This was definitely the Black Emperor's hair. This kind of aura was too familiar. This dog that was even more wicked than Duanda didn't die and ran into the Purple Mountain. Duanda crawled out of the spring while cursing. He said that he had met with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. How could there be a dog here? Is this a divine spring? How does it taste? The old blind man was not kind at all. He patted the unscrupulous Daoist's shoulder with a smile and moved closer. "Will you die if you don't mention this?" Duanda wanted to vomit again. Suddenly, a wave of fragrance wafted over. It made the three of them feel as if their souls had left their bodies. They felt so comfortable that they almost floated up. "What's that smell?" A fiery light streaked across the sky, and a gorgeous bird flew over their heads. It was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. "Is that a bird?" Mother asterisk Kerr, "It's a phoenix, a legendary divine bird." "I know, it's the immortal phoenix medicine. Chase after it." After the three woke up, they were all excited and chased all the way down. However, after chasing for some distance, they lost track of the undying phoenix and lost track of it. However, Duanda was incomparably excited. He said, "What dogs hit luck? I have a premonition that we'll definitely get an immortal medicine." Suddenly, his expression froze, and he lowered his head to look at his feet. Instantly, he was flustered and exasperated, and he cursed loudly, "Mother asterisk Kerr, whose dog isn't on a leash? I really stepped on Daoist asterisk T." There was indeed a lump under his feet. Duanda's nose was almost crooked from anger. He jumped up and down in a frenzy. Chapter 792. After Duanda stepped on the dog poop, he spun around 18 times on the spot. He was in a berserk state, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He was almost crazed, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He stared fiercely at Yifan and said, "Did that damn dog follow us in?" Back then, the large black dog was the only master who could make him suffer, clamoring to take him as a human pet. They had met on several narrow paths, but he had never gained the upper hand. The Black Emperor was very disloyal, clamoring and biting wildly when he had the advantage, but when the situation was bad, he fled, not hesitating to abandon Yifan as cannon fodder. The terrain of this area was very complicated, and the ancient road was deep and serene. There were dust-covered divine pearls flickering with dim splendor, illuminating the path ahead. "With my many years of experience, you've stepped on a pile of dog poop from more than 10 years ago." The old blind man touched a sore spot, purposely provoking Fatty Duanda just calmed down, then stomped his feet, cursing the old blind man for being a bastard. However, he had to admit that those were traces left behind a long time ago. Yifan carefully searched this area, feeling puzzled. Could it be that the Black Emperor hadn't returned, and these were all fur left behind? Where did that dog come from? Don't tell me it's not the one that followed by your side in the past. Even if it turned into ashes, I would recognize its bones. How did it stay here? Duanda said. "It went out from here," Yifan said. He had long since guessed the large black dog's origins, and now seeing the traces of its appearance, he was even more certain. "It can't be an archaic being, right? I knew it wasn't a thing long ago, so it must belong to the same type," Duanda said. "Why don't you think it's Great Emperor Wuxia?" Yifan said with a smile. When these words were spoken, Duanda staggered. He really began to ponder, revealing an expression of bewilderment. Perhaps there really is such a possibility. I've seen the formation patterns laid down by it, and they have the mysteries of great ancient emperors. Duanda was suspicious. Old Blind gave him a slap on the back of his head and said, "If Great Emperor Wuxia was really like that, would he have a supreme reputation? How could he be called that? He would definitely be called Shameless and not Wuxia." Duanda said, "I remember now. I once dug out some jade slips from a great tomb in the eastern wilderness, and they recorded a lot of messy things. The jade slip was messy, like some unofficial history. What was recorded wasn't orthodox at all. It involved many people from the past, and there were even bits and pieces of information about ancient great emperors. There was a paragraph of text that was very messy. It said that Emperor Wuxia was world-shaking, like a god, but he also had a very human side. In his later years, he saw a little stray dog on the verge of death, so he used an ancient technique to save it. F***CK. Yifan couldn't help but spit out 2 words that he hadn't said since he came to this world. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. He had long since speculated that the Black Emperor was related to the Purple Mountain and Wuxia, But he didn't think it was a little stray dog. He thought it was some heavenly dog that had gained intelligence. Damn, if we knew it was related to the Purple Mountain, we would have made it reveal its true form long ago. Fatty Duan was also stunned. He had never thought that it was actually a dog from hundreds of thousands of years ago that had followed Wuxia. Old Blind was also dumbfounded. He murmured, "It's that little stray dog that great Emperor Wuxia picked up in his later years? It's unbelievable that it has survived with us until now." A piece of unofficial history and a small paragraph of details revealed the origins of the Black Emperor. The three of them were all stunned, and they pondered for a long time. Needless to say, Wuxia's dog definitely knew many great secrets. It might have even read the Wuxia scriptures. This was practically a living immortal treasury. Why was the large black dog able to live for hundreds of thousands of years, even longer than the great ancient emperors? This was not a mystery that was difficult to solve, and it could be easily figured out. From ancient times until now, apart from those that were naturally born with divine origin fluid, only great ancient emperors could refine it. It was used to seal living beings, and it could make them immortal for hundreds of thousands of years. However, great ancient emperors could not seal themselves. Their blood and qi were too powerful, and they could pierce through the heavens. Divine origin fluid was completely ineffective against them, and there was no divine object in this world that could suppress them. After thinking for a while, they could understand that the Black Emperor had been sealed by Wuxia and had only come into the world today. By now, everything about the Black Emperor was no longer a secret, and its origins could be easily deduced. However, it still made the three of them sigh. This was a dog that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and in the end, it had followed the great human emperor, Wuxia. Towards the followers of Wuxia, I should look up to them with reverence. But this dog, I want nothing more than to stew it alive." Fatty Duan said through clenched teeth. Did something really happen to the Black Emperor? Didn't he stay in the Purple Mountain for the past dozen years? Yi Fan was worried. The blind old man said, "With my many years of experience, he came back. There was a pile of marks from 7 or 8 years ago, and the grave robber almost got lucky again." Hearing this, Duanda immediately jumped up again. In front of them, there was a small pond formed by the milk of the earth. It was only a few feet long, and the color was milky and sparkling. A sweet fragrance wafted into the air. There were a few strands of black and shiny dog fur here, left behind from many years ago. He came back, so he definitely didn't die. However, it seems like he hasn't come out for several years. Where did he go? Yi Fan was suspicious. They continued forward. Without the deterrence of the ancient beings, the danger in the belly of the mountain decreased rapidly, and many places could be unimpeded. Not long after, they came to a secluded area where huge rocks were lying in disarray. Yi Fan was shocked. This place, he saw the patterns left behind by the Yuan Taoist master, and he had once sealed strange stones here. Soon, he found an eye of fortune. Is there really an eye of fortune in this world? Yi Fan stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to say a word. There was a black hole in the pile of rocks, but it was only the size of a human head. It looked like an eye, and it connected to the depths of the earth. Occasionally, colorful mist would surge up, making people feel comfortable. "What's an eye of fortune?" Duanda asked with a fervent look in his eyes. "It's a place of fortune in the source. I don't know the specifics, and there are only vague records in the Book of Origin. It said that it could give birth to gods in ancient times." Yi Fan's expression was solemn. "No way, that's so strange. Doesn't this mean we're going to get rich and obtain an eye of fortune?" Duanda laughed wildly. "You're thinking too much. This eye of fortune has already dried up, and all its essence has been sucked dry," Yi Fan said. "What? Who is it? Is it that dog?" Fatty Duan's expression immediately collapsed. Yi Fan carefully observed the eye of fortune, and his expression sank. "It's the ancient race's heavenly prince." "What? How could it be him?" The blind old man couldn't remain calm. Even he often paid attention to this heaven-defying divine child's movements. That was because his aptitude was too high. In just a dozen years of cultivation, he had surpassed others by 1,000 years. Compared to the ancient emperors, he was even better. All the ancient races said that he was the son of a god, and that was how it should be. Back then, the Yuan Taoist master brought out a strange stone from the Purple Mountain and placed it in the Jade Lake. In the end, I cut it out and found a divine egg. This place has its aura. Everyone was stunned. In the endless years before the ancient times, the name of the undying heavenly emperor resounded through the heavens and earth. He was worshipped by all races, and everyone had to worship him. His son was naturally known as the son of a god. One didn't even need to think about it to know that the heavenly prince possessed the most terrifying bloodline. Now, he even absorbed the Eye of Fortune. This made everyone's heart sink. The sons of the ancient emperors, every single one of them are exceptional figures from past to present, and in the end, they are only half a step away from confirming the Tao. They possess incomparable talent and terrifyingly powerful bloodline power. If it wasn't for the fact that they were born in the same era as their emperor father, they wouldn't be able to ascend into the heavens. The blind old man said. After speaking, he gave Yi Fan a look. His meaning was self-evident. Even if the divine body reached the great success stage, there would still be enemies. There was more than a single ancient emperor's bloodline now, and they all avoided their father's generation. They would definitely shock the world. This was especially true for the heavenly prince. Now that they found out that he absorbed the Eye of Fortune, it was even more frightening. He would most likely become the second undying heavenly emperor. The other ancient emperors' bloodlines like Huang Shudao and Fire Qilin are also unimaginable. Their fathers most likely left behind something similar to the Eye of Fortune, said the blind old man. Then he patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, as a divine body, even if they reach the great success stage, they will still have enemies. Not a single one of those ancient emperors' bloodlines are lambs, but rather divine lions lying dormant. Yi Fan suddenly asked. The archaic emperors had long realized that as long as they were alive, their sons would never be able to confirm the Tao. It was because there was only one emperor in this world, and as such, they were sealed into the present world. Did our human race's great emperor not foresee this step? Did he not think about the future generations? Did he not leave behind the most powerful son to be born in the future? This is hard to say. The blind old man shook his head. I know some secret information about this. In the past, there was an imperial prince who appeared and died in the darkness chaos, quelling the great chaos. Duanda suddenly said, this. The others sighed softly and didn't continue. The blind old man divined, Duanda looked at geomancy, and Yi Fan explored the origin veins. Along the way, nothing unexpected happened. They saw a few dead ancient creatures along the way, but nothing else. Suddenly, at this time, the heaven-devouring evil jar rang and began to shake on its own without being activated. The lid and the jar connected and hung above the heads of the people. What is going on? The blind old man was shocked. This jar was different from other emperor weapons. It seemed to have a life of its own and surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. It was known as one of the most terrifying emperor weapons since ancient times. If there is a weapon that can resist the Wuxia bell wave, it is none other than this, said Duanda. He carefully observed the surroundings to capture any abnormalities. It's here. Yi Fan found this place familiar. He had come here before. In the past, he had hidden here to avoid a group of terrifying archaic creatures. This was an open land, a plaza, and also a terrifying stone hall. Upon closer inspection, one would be shocked to find that the hanging stone wall above was like a large bell. The Wuxia bell. It's hidden in the stone. It's so huge. I really want to see its true appearance. Duanda and the blind old man were horrified. If they accidentally entered, the bell might ring endlessly and kill everything. Let's go around first. We must not let the bell ring, said Duanda. The blind old man also nodded. Only Yi Fan was lost in thought. The Wuxia bell was the most important part of this trip. Chapter 793. The stone temple was vast and the great bell was magnificent. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was hidden in the stone and covered the entire area. However, none of them had the intention to clash with it. They had just entered and it wasn't wise to have any ideas about this bell. They all stared straight ahead. It was extremely spacious in front of them, and they could see a huge stone book standing on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 meters thick. At this time, the pieces of jade on Yi Fan's body began to heat up. They trembled within his body and released a warm power. The Wuxia scripture. Fatty Duan cleared his throat and rushed forward faster than a rabbit. The blind old man was also shaken and didn't stop for even a moment. Yi Fan had been here before and naturally knew about this stone scripture. He brought 4 pieces of Emperor Jade with him this time and didn't know if he could obtain any. They advanced as fast as lightning. During this process, they felt their primordial spirits about to split apart as if there was a demonic power trying to disintegrate them and return them to the laws of the Tao. The stone scripture lay in disarray, and behind it was a pile of rubble. There were vines and ancient trees growing all over it. The terrifying power was emitted from them. After getting closer, their primordial spirits stabilized and were no longer disturbed. Although the patterns of the great Tao were formless, they truly existed and suppressed everything. It's really the Wuxia scripture. The blind old man stretched out his trembling hands and touched the 3 huge ancient characters on the stone scripture. Even his voice was trembling. When they got closer, the 4 pieces of jade on Yi Fan's body shone brilliantly and penetrated his body. They resonated with the ancient scripture and flowed with an indescribable aura. At the same time, 2 beams of light shot out from Duanda's body. He was very direct and wanted to open the stone scripture. However, it was useless even after using all his strength. He couldn't move it in the slightest. The 2 pieces of broken jade on me are shining. The heartless Daoist was shocked and took out 2 pieces of ancient jade. They were very similar to the 4 pieces in Yi Fan's hands and could be pieced together. He had dug them out from an unknown ancient tomb. The tomb owner had kept them close to his body and treasured them even more than the imperial divine weapon he had refined for his entire life. It has something to do with this. Duanda was excited and then stared at the 4 pieces of ancient jade in Yi Fan's hand. The stone scripture was placed on a high platform, and there were many thick patterns engraved on it. If one did not look closely, they would look like natural ravines. These Tao patterns were very different from the current engraving methods. They were closer to nature, and the patterns were formed by wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birds, beasts, flowers, and insects. At the very center was a groove the size of a human head. When they approached it, the ancient jades in Yi Fan and Duanda's hands began to tremble, as if they were alive, shining with dazzling radiance. Even the heavens are helping us. These ancient jades are the key to opening the Wuxia scripture. Duanda exclaimed. This won't do. There are only 6 pieces in total. We're still short of 3 jade fragments. Yi Fan sighed. How would you know if you don't try? Let's press it first. Fatty Duan was very enthusiastic, mainly because the Wuxia scripture was too mysterious. It recorded the supreme divine studies at the end of the immortal path. 6 pieces of ancient jades were placed in. With a wang sound, the high platform shook violently. This place was dazzling. Rays of light rushed into the sky, and a huge screen of light enveloped them. Retreat! Yi Fan shouted. The ancient stone scripture did not move in the slightest. It did not open, but the screen of light quickly tore through the void. Everything became hazy, and it was about to teleport them away. Ding! Yi Fan's eyes and hands were fast. He knocked out several pieces of ancient jades and brought the 2 of them far away. In the end, they were not teleported out of the purple mountain. I don't believe it. Let's directly use the heaven-devouring evil jar to take it away. Fatty Duan shouted. He activated Great Emperor Vicious Weapon, and the jar opened up, swallowing and spitting out demonic light. Wang! The entire void trembled violently. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air, shocking the 10,000 worlds. However, at this moment, another great emperor's aura also pervaded the air. Dang! In front of them, the Wuxia bell lightly trembled and emitted a terrifying sound wave. It was as if it wanted to destroy this great world. It rushed over like a white wave. Quickly stop! The blind old man shouted. He then pulled Yi Fan and Duanda into the devil jar, sucking them inside. Clang! The devil jar closed. The three of them were inside the ancient heaven-devouring jar, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. They didn't take the Wuxia scripture inside, but instead provoked the bell to ring without anyone activating it. What made them rejoice was that the great bell only trembled slightly and didn't truly attack. It quickly calmed down. Fortunately, we have Emperor Jades on us. Otherwise, we might have already triggered the 10,000 layers of bell waves. This is too frightening. The aura of an ancient great emperor just now made them feel a bit scared. The great bell didn't have anyone supporting or operating it, but it still rang on its own. Anyone would be horrified. After coming out from the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar, they looked at each other in dismay. They were all extremely unwilling. The most mysterious ancient Wuxia scripture was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't obtain it. Duanda said fiercely, "Damn it, let's do it. I think the heaven-devouring devil jar can protect us. Let's take the risk of being seriously injured and take the stone scripture into the jar. We'll immediately escape." Don't be rash. In the past, the various holy lands entered with multiple emperor weapons, but they didn't obtain it. Doing this is seeking death. The heaven-devouring jar is different from other emperor weapons. It should be able to contend against the Wuxia bell. I don't believe it can't take the scripture away. Duanda didn't give up. Stop arguing. There are words here. Yi Fan's emotions were unsettled. He saw the large black dog's crooked words. Brat, even if you collect all of the Wuxia jade and open this ancient scripture, it won't work. Great Emperor Wuxia once said that only the innate saint physique can cultivate it. These words were carved on a stone wall. It was undoubtedly left behind by the large black dog. He had actually predicted that Yi Fan would come here. How strange. Why is there so much to pay attention to in an ancient scripture? Duanda was furious. I finally understand why Wuxia didn't have an inheritor. It's because he couldn't find a disciple at all, the blind old man said with a sigh. Most likely, only that innate saint physique can cultivate the heart technique. However, I think I might be able to cultivate the last secret technique. Even when facing the Wuxia jade, Yi Fan still had some confidence. The fighting character technique could transform all divine techniques. Why do I feel like this was prepared for one of your descendants? The blind old man muttered. In the end, they left this place and headed towards the deepest part of the Purple Mountain. On the way, they saw many vines and ancient trees. They were green and glistening, growing between piles of rocks. Under the ancient vines, there were many corpses that had died at the roots of the plants. Their life force had been sucked dry, and they had died a miserable death. It's an ancient being. What kind of plant is this? How can it even kill ancient beings? The three of them were all very shocked. They stepped onto a small path, and finally approached the most mysterious place of the Purple Mountain. Flowing light flickered in this place, and a fragrance wafted into their nostrils. The ancient vines and random trees disappeared, and the aura gradually became more peaceful. Along the way, there were a few more orchid zoysia immortal herbs, and the fragrance of ancient medicines wafted through the air. It was as if they had arrived in a divine land. Up ahead, a waterfall cascaded down. Spring water gurgled about, and spiritual essence curled about. 5-colored radiance flickered about. This was a divine waterfall. A large piece of divine source. Just below the divine waterfall was a large piece of divine source. It was arranged on a platform, and it blossomed with auspicious radiance, making this place seem more and more divine. They quickly walked over, and all of them were shocked. This was a piece of divine source that could be 2 cubic meters in size. It was shockingly large. We've struck it rich. Forget about everything else. Just this piece of divine source is a priceless treasure. Duanda's eyes lit up when he saw a treasure. Something's not right. Look, there are cracks on this divine source. It was closed by someone later on, and a creature escaped. The blind old man revealed a serious expression. It is indeed like this. Yi Fan nodded. The few of them all felt that things weren't good. Could it be that there was a powerful archaic king nearby? All creatures that were sealed in divine source were definitely top-level terrifying creatures. A powerful ancient creature was roaming nearby. Just the thought alone was enough to make one shiver in fear. They weren't scared of him coming out in the open because he had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon to protect them. They were scared that an ancient king would take action in secret and kill a few of them. They swept their eyes over all directions. They all felt their bodies go cold, and a chill ran down their backs. After stopping for a bit, they became much more cautious. Then they continued forward. A row of crystal coffins suddenly appeared up ahead. They were all simple and unadorned, and the luster was dim. They were densely packed, and there were patterns carved on them. Archaic divine characters could be seen on every single coffin. Yi Fan roughly recognized a few characters. They were actually carved by the undying heavenly emperor. It immediately left everyone horrified. It's the undying heavenly emperor's former subordinates. When they roughly understood what was going on, they were all horrified. How many years had it been here? How powerful were the subordinates of the deities in the hearts of the various archaic clans? Unfortunately, even though they could compare to the heavens, they still couldn't stop the passage of time. They all died here. The corpses in the coffins. Duanda withdrew after taking a look. This row of crystal coffins had terrifying corpses within them. They were like malicious spirits. Their hair was withered and yellow, and their bodies were pitch black. They were withered and sinisterly sinister. What kind of tomb hadn't Duanda robbed before? However, when he saw the corpses within the crystal coffins, he didn't feel good at all. He took a few steps back, and his entire body became cold. A layer of goosebumps appeared on his body. I feel like something isn't right. From my many years of experience in robbing tombs, I can tell that something inauspicious has happened here, and it can't be stopped. People would die at every turn. Rivers of blood couldn't be considered much at all. Fatty Duan said, if this place was placed in the outside world, it would be an urn for the dead, a pit for 10,000 people. It was impossible for not several 100,000 people to die here. There are 2 coffins that have been opened. There's nothing inside, the old blind man said. This row of crystal coffins were all inauspicious. Yin energy curled about them, and there were several dozen of them. 2 of them had their lids opened, and they were completely empty inside. Not good. Duanda's expression changed, and his fine hairs stood on end like needles. He pointed at the 2 coffins, but he couldn't say anything. At this time, Yi Fan and the old blind man also saw that something was off. These coffins were opened from the inside, and there were pitch-black fingerprints on the inside. The powerful creatures of the archaic era had long died. If not for the heaven-suppressing patterns carved by the undying heavenly emperor, they would have long turned to ashes. How could they climb out? At this moment, they were all scared out of their wits. This place was extremely sinister, and it gave off a strange feeling. It made one's back go cold. Who? The old blind man shouted. He activated the extreme Dao Emperor weapon and smashed it towards a corner. That place immediately turned into ashes, and a black hole appeared. What did you see? Duanda was scared. I didn't see anything. I only felt that there was something there, so I secretly divined it. The divination indicated that there was a great omen, as if there was a devil nearby. The old blind man said. When he spoke like this, everyone felt that this place became much colder. It was as if there was a pair of malicious eyes staring at them from the darkness. It originated from a malicious spirit. Hurry up and leave this place, Duanda said in a low voice. The 3 of them didn't stop and quickly headed towards the depths of the Purple Mountains. During this process, it was as if there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at them from the darkness, making them feel as if there was a dagger on their backs. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the auspicious aura in front of them became more abundant. The orchid dragon grass gradually increased, and many cliff stones emitted purple auspicious energy. The 3 of them were silent along the way. They followed an ancient path and finally reached their final destination. During this process, they always felt that there was a cold, malicious spirit tailing them. That is, they had already reached the end of the road. There was an enormous Dao platform in front of them, and below it was full of dragon grass and divine orchids. Chaotic energy lingered above it, and strand after strand of it fell down. Every strand could collapse the heavens. This place was extremely special and mysterious. It was as if it connected the past, present, and future, and was connected to all the worlds. I saw a deity. This great Emperor Wuxia. Fatty Duan cried out in alarm. His pair of yin-yang heavenly eyes flowed with demonic radiance as he stared rigidly at the Tao platform that was as grand as a mountain. Chapter 794. After Fatty Duan cried out in alarm, he became stupid. It was as if his soul had been sucked away. His pair of yin-yang heavenly eyes stared upwards. One couldn't help but sigh and be shocked. Normally, if anyone successfully obtained a strand of chaotic energy, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It could be refined into a sect-protecting treasure. However, there were tens of thousands of strands here. They poured down like a divine waterfall. The mist was boundless and terrifying, making one unable to resist the urge to kneel down. This was a terrifying scene. 10,000 great waterfall-like primal chaos poured down wave after wave, submerging half of the Tao platform within. Only a portion was exposed, incomparably majestic. What a miracle! The old blind man muttered. Where did that person go? I can't see through the primal chaos anymore. Fatty Duan was in a daze as he gazed upwards. They weren't the only ones. Yi Fan was also shaken. This was a source of primal chaos. Just now, when he activated his heavenly eyes, he also vaguely saw a deity sitting on top. However, it had now disappeared. That type of power and aura made one want to kneel down on the spot. If not for the heaven-devouring devil jar stopping them, it would have been difficult for them to stand. I clearly saw it. Why is it gone? Duanda's eyes were about to pop out. The yin-yang heavenly eyes turned into two types of divine light, one black and one white, shining like a torch. I saw it too. There really was a deity up there, but it's hard to describe what he looked like right now. 10 million years passed in a single glance, and it's impossible to engrave it in my heart. The old blind man's entire body was drenched in sweat. That was a type of pressure that left him horrified. The legendary great Emperor Wuxia. They hurriedly glanced over and saw a hazy figure. They didn't know if it was the true body or if it was a reappearance of history from before the primordial era. The three of them were shocked speechless. Time changed in that instant, but it was as if they had passed through an endless river of time. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields, rising and falling several times. It was as if they had experienced a great dream. The place where the deity was sitting was now completely empty. That figure was gone, making one suspect that everything was an illusion. They didn't see anything. Moreover, the heavenly eyes were ineffective. They couldn't see through the primal chaos, and everything at the center of the Tao platform was already unpredictable. That place became a bewildering land. The legendary great Emperor Wuxia. They were almost sleep-talking as they repeated those words. Who is the peak at the end of the celestial path? With a glance, Wuxia's Tao becomes empty. This was a saying that had been passed down since ancient times, and now they had personally experienced it. Wuxia intimidated all life in the forbidden zones, suppressed the heavens with his strength, pacified the chaos in the darkness, annihilated the gods from the outer realms, swept through the world, and was invincible. Whenever his name was mentioned, people would think of him as powerful and majestic, someone who surpassed everything. Throughout the ages, people feared him, and even gods feared him. The name Wuxia was no longer as simple as a name. It contained an immortal power that was close to divinity and close to demonic. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed. Who could still touch his ruins? However, the three people in front of him seemed to be able to see his figure. How could they not be shocked? Wuxia's name was heavier than the mountains, wider than the seas, and deeper than the star domains. It made all living beings throughout the ages revere him. Only after a long time did they regain their wits. They looked at each other, speechless. They carefully and seriously sized up this Tao platform. It was grand and tall, like a great mountain, but also like a great tomb. The walls were mottled, full of the scars of time. Old medicines grew tenaciously between the cracks of the cliffs. A fragrance that refreshed the heart wafted down, seeping into one's bones. Through the primal chaos mist, one could vaguely make out some withered plants on the cliffs. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they had been growing, but they could be considered medicine kings. The seeds they scattered had already grown, filling this place with a rich fragrance. It was like a divine land that seemed to have entered the immortal realm. There's a living medicine king over there. Finally, Duanda recovered his senses. He excitedly pointed forward, seeing an ancient medicine hidden within the primal chaos mist. Medicine king? One had to grow for at least 80 to 90,000 years to obtain this title. Its medicinal properties were excellent, and it had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead. In the past, there was a divine being in the immortal mansion world who used the five-colored essence of the earth to create a medicinal field, turning it into divine mud, but only 6 stalks were produced. And now, an ancient tomb that also seemed like a Dao platform had a single medicine growing from the cracks of the stone walls. The comparison between before and after was truly shocking. A single medicine king was hard to find in the entire world. It could extend one's life by 400 years, so one could well imagine how rare and precious it was. 10 or so stalks added together were comparable to a single undying divine medicine. This really is a forbidden area for divinities. Beneath Great Emperor Wuxia's Dao platform, or perhaps at the base of his tomb, such a thing can actually grow. This is too shocking. The blind old man couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yi Fan was speechless. The great emperors of the past were truly unfathomable. Even after they passed away in meditation, they could still produce such a miracle. It was truly shocking. There's another one over there. Fatty Duan's eyes were sharp. His gaze pierced through the mist, and he saw another one slightly higher up. The flower bud was sparkling and translucent, swaying with 10 rays of light. The hazy fragrance made one intoxicated with a single glance, and they couldn't help but want to pluck it. A single stalk could extend one's life by 400 years. Who wouldn't be tempted? Great Emperor, you are a magnanimous person. Please forgive us and let us pluck 1 or 2 stalks. In any case, they are useless to you. They are all things that grew from your tomb, Duanda muttered. He bowed again and then walked forward. Medicine kings could not be cultivated by humans. They needed to be constantly watered with spirit milk of the earth and nourished with draconic qi. They needed to grow for more than 80 to 90,000 years. Not to mention other things, who could wait for such a long time? Close to 100,000 years, even an immortal dynasty could only wait a short period longer than this. Boom! Duanda had just taken a step forward when he was blasted back. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and his entire body was spasming. His bones crackled, and it was extremely frightening. An aura of the great Tao pervaded the air, as if an ancient universe was revolving. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was reminding them that they could not take even half a step forward. It's so close, yet we can't approach it? Duanda was filled with unwillingness. We should rejoice. Otherwise, we would have long turned to ashes, unable to reach this place. Yi Fan said. At this moment, the Wuxia jade pieces on their bodies were all shining, resisting the great Tao aura. Otherwise, there would be an overwhelming pressure. Correct, no one can reach this place, apart from those who hold Wuxia Emperor jades. The old blind man also nodded. Let's use the heaven-devouring evil jar to protect ourselves. Duanda didn't want to shrink back. He urged Yi Fan forward, because he had a divine shell. A stalk of Medicine King could make even great kings bow down. Even ancient saints had to compromise for it. It was because it could increase their lifespan by 400 years. For them, the significance was too great. It might be able to change the trajectory of their entire lives. Yi Fan's divine body erupted with golden splendor. His blood energy surged. He gripped a few Emperor jades, and with the heaven-devouring evil jar on his back, he walked forward step by step. Duanda and the old blind man were within a screen of light. We're close. We're about to make contact. Right at that base, there was an old medicine sparkling and translucent in the cracks of the rocks. Its petals swayed with multicolored divine light, illuminating that place in a dazzling manner. The intoxicating fragrance was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. We're finally about to get our hands on it. It's the same as having another life. If we sell it, we might be able to draw out 1 or 2 ancestral kings." The old blind man rubbed his hands, his expression excited. A streak of primal chaos fell down like a vast white waterfall. It struck the screen of light, as if 100,000 great mountains were pressing down. It was so heavy that the divine shell almost fell over. "Damn, a waterfall of primal chaos. There's no justice in this world." Duanda cried out. Not to mention mortals, even if a divine lord came, they would immediately turn into dust. If they were pressed down, they would instantly shatter. They could only rely on the divine shell to support them. At the same time, they activated the heaven-devouring evil jar. It gently hummed, and streaks of black light soared, blocking the divine waterfall that could destroy kings. Yi Fan's divine shell flashed with golden splendor. He opened the golden sacred domain, and with the devil jar on his back, he came forward. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the medicine king from the cracks of the rocks. The Dao platform shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. An even more terrifying great Dao aura descended, as if the entire sky was about to sink down. They quickly retreated, leaving this region. They only stopped when they were far enough away from the Dao platform. There was a vast expanse of whiteness there. Tens of thousands of waterfalls of primal chaos poured down. It was incomparably majestic, submerging the region just now. This kind of scene was shocking. Too terrifying. If not for Wuxia's Emperor Jade, if not for the heaven-devouring evil jar, let alone a divine king, even if a saint came in person he might still be crushed into meat paste, said the old blind man. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on the primal chaos Dao platform in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the place where the vicious great emperor's coffin was. Within the ancient nest made of black dragon wood that was even taller than a mountain, there was also a sea of primal chaos, mysterious and unfathomable. "Ah, I finally got it." Duanda laughed loudly. He held the medicine king in his hands, and his large grin almost reached his ears. "Is there really great Emperor Wuxia sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform?" asked the blind old man. "In a while we'll climb up and take a look. There must be many more medicine kings up there. Even if we can't catch that immortal phoenix medicine that can run away on its own, it's still worth it," said Duanda. The blind old man shook his head. It was too difficult to climb up the Dao platform. Even with the heaven-devouring evil jar in hand, it might not be possible. "We must climb up. The 10,000 ancient races have come into being, and only great Emperor Wuxia can intimidate them." Yi Fan's words were firm. He had made up his mind. If he was alive, he had to see him. If he was dead, he had to see his corpse. Thinking about this, he touched the 2 pieces of copper in his arms. Then he opened a bottle. Inside was a snow-white female saint's skull, as well as a crescent moon pendant. These were things he had obtained in the star domain, and they were closely related to great Emperor Wuxia. "Yes, we must climb up the Dao platform." Duanda agreed. After raiding tombs all year round, he yearned for the tombs of ancient great emperors. Suddenly, a frightening aura covered the sky and earth. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. A cold and gloomy aura as vast as the ocean, as if it had come from the 9 hells, drowned out this place in an instant. The sudden attack was extremely swift and violent. No one could react in time, and they couldn't make any effective movements because it was too fast. Right behind them, a terrifying figure appeared. It was completely jet black and withered like firewood. It had 9 heads, a dragon, a hoe, a human, and a phoenix standing side by side, and an eternal black divine ring enveloped its body. The endless aura of death shattered the sky and cracked the earth. It was as if a sea of stars had shattered, making people feel suffocated. Their bodies were about to decay and their primordial spirit flames were about to be extinguished. This was a demon that had crawled out of the crystal coffin. At this moment, they all thought of this possibility at the same time. This was a subordinate of the undying heavenly emperor. It was shocking and horrifying. He was shrouded in a divine ring, intimidating the world. Behind him, it was as if a dark palace hall had appeared, suppressing all directions and destroying all creatures. It made people's primordial spirits tremble and on the verge of collapse. Everything happened too fast, and no one could react in time. This nine-headed dragon, human, and withered jet-black terrifying existence stretched out a hand and pierced through the old blind man's chest. It tore off half of Duanda's arm and seized the Medicine King. Yi Fan's golden pupils shot out a glaring beam of light. He punched out and pounced forward to fight against this terrifying existence shrouded in a black divine ring. We are actually going up against the undying Heavenly Emperor's subordinates. Have we arrived at the legendary era? The old blind man and Duanda collapsed in a pool of blood. They didn't hesitate to activate the heaven-devouring evil jar at all costs. Chapter 795. No one knew what era the undying Heavenly Emperor was born in, because he was already a legend during the Archaic Era, the only deity in the hearts of all races. What kind of people would his subordinates be? Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. They were divine generals that descended from the ancient heavens, yet the three of them were fighting against such an existence. Screw you, do you really think we are still in the legendary era? So many years have already passed, your bones should have long rotted away. So what if the divine patterns carved by the undying Heavenly Emperor are so amazing? Even if you meet the weapon of a vicious great emperor, you will still be turned into dregs. Duanda spoke viciously. One of his arms was torn off, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. The old blind man was even more miserable. Just now, he bore the brunt of the attack, and a black claw gouged out a large hole in his chest. The hole went straight through, almost splitting him into pieces. The ancient heaven-devouring devil jar trembled, and the void immediately caved in. A black hole appeared, devouring black light and absorbing spiritual essence from all directions. Then, it aimed at the creature fighting against Yi Fan. On the battlefield, two figures fiercely clashed like two streaks of lightning. They were so fast that others couldn't see them clearly. They were ferocious and tyrannical, powerful and terrifying. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. Today, he entered a divine shell, yet he didn't immediately shatter the other party. One could see just how powerful that creature's physical body was. Worthy of being a subordinate of the archaic Heavenly Emperor, truly like a divine general descending into this world. This was Yi Fan's evaluation. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that the one fighting against him had lost all magical force and only had a withered body to use. Just like him, he could only fight with his physical body. This withered body was pitch black and withered. A dragon, a human, and a phoenix stood side by side in a row. It was indescribably strange, and on every single head was a pair of cold and gloomy eyes. A black divine ring revolved around it. This was what it relied on the most, able to neutralize 50% of Yi Fan's power. Otherwise, it would still be inferior to the ancient divine shell and would be suppressed. The heaven-devouring devil jar trembled, and the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. This creature released a mournful cry that was as sinister as a malicious spirit. This type of sound made one's hair stand on end. It jumped up and turned into a streak of black light before leaving. How tyrannical was the heaven-devouring devil jar? It was an extreme emperor armament. Even though it had yet to awaken, the aura it gave off was enough to intimidate everyone. Still want to leave? Yi Fan rushed over, piercing through his divine ring and twisting one of his arms. In the end, his physical body was superior to his opponent's. Crack! The arm that was as black as dry firewood was broken. It was as heavy as if it was forged from divine gold. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to pick it up. A mournful cry sounded. This creature rushed into the sky, feeling extreme fear towards the heaven-devouring devil jar. It wanted to break free and escape. However, his movements were too great. He rushed in front of Wu Shi's Dao platform. Normally, this was a restricted area. Without a Supreme Emperor Jade in hand, all creatures had to stop here, or else they would inevitably die. Boom! A waterfall of primal chaos descended, interweaving with an expanse of great Dao patterns. It crushed him into powder on the spot, turning him into an expanse of black ashes that scattered in this place. The three of them were stupefied. Great Emperor Wu Shi's aura devoured mountains and rivers, his divine might unrivaled. The Dao patterns here were unimaginably powerful, yet this body was destroyed just like that. There was no suspense at all. Yi Fan's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Even his divine shell was not enough. Even after reaching the Saint Realm, he couldn't resist a strand of Dao patterns here. The two words Wu Shi could indeed crush the ages. The blind old man and Duanda both released muffled groans. Black light was invading their bodies, entering their flesh and blood. It was difficult to remove. Their entire bodies became pitch black, and the situation was far from good. I've been hunting geese my entire life, but in the end, I've been caught in the eye. I've finally encountered a fierce character in the tomb. This is an archaic corpse poison, and it's extremely difficult to remove it. Duanda's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The blind old man's face was also pitch black. Even a powerful person like him couldn't resist it. His body was almost dried up, occupied by a decaying aura. Isn't there still the Medicine King? Yi Fan pried open the pitch-black arm that he had torn off and took out a fragrant old medicine. It emitted a hazy light. I really can't accept this. It wasn't easy to obtain a rare Medicine King, yet I have to eat it now. Duanda grimaced in pain. If you don't want to eat it, then give it all to me. The blind old man bit off half of the medicine with a few chomps. He choked until his eyes rolled back, and he forcefully swallowed it down. Motherf **, you old thing, you're like a cow chewing on a peony. You're recklessly wasting natural resources. Fatty Duan was anxious. He did everything he could to snatch the other half, and he also bit it down in a few bites. It had to be said that the rare Medicine King had a divine effect. Not long after entering their stomachs, it turned into a divine liquid, causing their bodies to blossom with dazzling divine splendor. It was as if two small suns were burning, quickly evaporating the black gas on their bodies. The two's bones continuously crackled. Their bodies were quickly recovering, flickering with precious light. At the same time, their bodies became even more youthful and full of vitality. Medicine King one stalk in our hands is equivalent to having another life. We have to think of a way to pick all of the stalks on the Dao platform. Duanda was about to drool. The blind old man frowned and said, "Something isn't right." Just now, that creature's vitality was clearly extinguished, like a ghost corpse. Even the divine medicine is useless for him, and there is no way for him to recover his vitality. However, why is he fighting over it so recklessly, not hesitating to step foot into this forbidden land? Could it be that he wants to give it to an even more powerful ancient life form that is still alive? Yifen said. When these words were spoken, the three of them all broke out into a cold shiver. They deeply felt the power of that nine-headed creature. It almost made Duanda and the others die. Was there still a living existence? After a period of silence, they could only hold the heaven-devouring evil jar, ready to activate it at any time to suppress and kill all creatures. As long as they felt that something wasn't right, they would kill it first. The ancient tomb was tall, and endless chaotic energy poured down. It was difficult to advance, and climbing up was extremely difficult. There was even less of a need to talk about flying. The space in front of the Dao platform was restricted. No matter what, I have to go up and get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied, Yi Fan said in a low voice. The three of them walked around the altar and observed it carefully. They wanted to see where was the most suitable place to go up. When they arrived in another direction, there was a blazing expanse. There was a pile of divine source blocks in front of them, and the brilliance was dazzling. A living creature has broken free. It shouldn't be nearby, right? It's so close to the Dao platform. There are words here. In front of the cracked divine source, they discovered a line of ancient words carved on the stone wall. Gu Tianshu is willing to guard Great Emperor Wu Shi's tomb for the rest of his life. Isn't this an unrivaled saint from 70 to 80,000 years ago? The blind old man was shocked. He had some understanding of some of the powerful figures in the history of the North. It's him. Yi Fan was stupefied. Back then, when he entered Mount Purple for the first time, he discovered several dozen names at the entrance. Among them, the strongest was Gu Tianshu, and his imprint was even greater than divine King Jiang Taishu's. Gu Tianshu, an ancient saint, found this place and was willing to guard Wu Shi's tomb. This was truly shocking. "There are traces of battle here," Duanda shouted. The imprints were very clear. The ripples from the battle struck the stone wall, but they still hadn't dispersed. It was shocking. After the three of them observed, their expressions all changed. This was a battle between saints, and it actually happened here. It was unimaginable. Looking at these traces, it should have happened 2,000 years ago. The blind old man stroked the stone wall and came to this conclusion. "Today, I fought with the sacred battle ape and lost. Since he came with the Emperor Jade, I allowed him to pick 3 medicine kings and leave." It was still Gu Tianshu's engravings, and they clearly appeared on the stone wall. The three of them were all shocked. They looked at each other and paled. These words revealed too much. 2,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu was still alive. He lived until now. If news of this gets out, it will definitely shock the world. The sacred battle ape must be the Western Desert's victorious fighting Buddha. He actually entered the ancient Emperor Mountain. What exactly happened? An ancient saint from 70 to 80,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu, was still alive now. The divine origin liquid he used to seal himself could only be refined by great ancient emperors. Could it be that Wu Shi was still alive? However, why did he say that he was willing to guard Wu Shi's tomb for the rest of his life? Was the great emperor on the Dao platform really dead? The victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru had come here before. This was beyond their expectations. That was the great sage, and his magic power was monstrous. At the same time, Yi Fan finally understood why the large black dog had said many times that he hated monkeys the most. 2,000 years ago, the victorious fighting Buddha had come here and most likely dealt with him. After a careful search, there were no more traces. Gu Tianshu had long disappeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. Boom! The endless waterfall of chaos cascaded down. All of the bones in Yi Fan's body creaked. He climbed up with difficulty, wanting to ascend the Dao platform. This place formed a small world, and the Dao platform seemed to rise into the 9 heavens, lofty and majestic. The blind old man and Duanda were in the golden sacred region that Yi Fan had opened up, and they worked together to activate the heaven-swallowing demon jar, blocking the chaotic waterfall and the patterns of great Dao. Otherwise, even someone as powerful as the Saint Shell would be crushed into a bloody pulp. This was not a place that humans could set foot in at all. It could kill ancient saints. Boom! The surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness, and chaos surged like a magnificent army charging over, pressing down on Yi Fan so much that it was difficult for him to move. He was almost unable to hold on any longer. What was even more terrifying was that great emperor formation patterns had appeared, and they were densely imprinted in the void like a spider web, cutting off the path ahead. If not for the heaven-swallowing demon jar, even if a saint came, he would have died dozens or hundreds of times. This was a true flawless emperor pattern, the Wu Shi killing formation. Apart from the ancient great emperors themselves, their weapons and formation patterns were the strongest, and they were what the later generations wanted the most. Emperor weapons and emperor patterns were on par, and if one could comprehend a corner, they could run amok in the world. And now, with the appearance of the Wu Shi Dao pattern, even the great sage of the human race would have to die with a grievance. There was no suspense at all. It had to be said that the ruthless great emperor looked down on the past, present, and future. Without the three of them activating it, the devil jar had already sounded on its own, resisting the formation that could kill the ancient deities. "No, if this continues, we will still die," the blind old man said. The heaven-swallowing demon jar shocked the past and present, and it was impossible for it to be destroyed by the Wu Shi Dao pattern. However, when the two clashed, it was not something they could withstand. Even if the devil jar protected them, it would not work. Two ancient great emperors were indirectly fighting across time and space, and no one could withstand the fluctuations produced. Yi Fan placed all 6 emperor jades on top of his head, but it still could not calm the Wu Shi formation. Now, with every step up, the power would double. There are still 81 steps, and we can at most go up 3 more steps. This is not something that can be resisted by humans. How powerful is the ancient emperor? They were close to despair. The flawless formation pattern had only opened up a corner, and even using the heaven-swallowing demon jar to open up a path wasn't enough. If they persisted, they would be killed alive. The blind old man kowtows to great Emperor Wuxia. Now that the human race is facing a great calamity, please wake up and save the human race, quell the chaos, and suppress the myriad races. The blind old man knelt down seriously. Yi Fan held the snow-white skull in his palm, then took out the crescent jade pendant, and said, "I seek an audience with great Emperor Wuxia." Rumble. Then, something shocking happened. The huge waterfall of chaos retreated, and the dense Tao patterns also became blurry. Because of the crescent jade pendant, Duanda exclaimed. Finally, they climbed up step by step and came to the Tao platform. In the center of the Tao platform, there was a majestic figure sitting with his back facing them. His thick black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. From being the enemy of the entire world, to the entire world being silent. The sorrow of the ancient great emperors was the loneliness of the ages, and the loneliness of a lifetime. The female sage's skull in Yi Fan's hand was crystal white, and a strange power flowed through it. At this moment, the moonfall sank and landed on the skull, and a faint but emotional wave spread out. "I just want to follow your footsteps, even if I can only look at you from behind for the rest of my life." The weak spiritual imprint trembled slightly. The female sage had passed away for tens of thousands of years, but this imprint was still unwilling to dissipate. This was the wish that she held on to until her death. Chapter 796. A wisp of the saintess' weak spiritual imprint was transmitted, causing Yi Fan's heart to tremble. What kind of feeling was this? She had used the sincerity of a saintess to chase after him, but it was only to find his footprints. She had followed behind and used her entire life to look up to him. To be able to become a saintess, she had to be a proud goddess of a generation, shrouded in a divine halo, the center of attention of millions, looking down on the world. However, she had abandoned everything and set out alone. She faced the cold and dark cosmos, constantly searching. After a long period of time, the lonely path of a single person turned into a skeleton, passing away in a corner of the desolate cosmos. She had lived a lonely life like this, and no one knew her final feelings. There was no result, no hope, but this was the final outcome. On the Grand Tao platform, the chaotic chi was hazy. The tall figure sitting cross-legged on the ground was motionless, as if he had never moved in the slightest since ancient times. Yi Fan felt that the crescent moon pendant being able to calm Wuxia's killing formation was enough to explain everything. In the eyes of the world, Wuxia was divine and omnipotent. He had intimidated all races, suppressed the 7 great forbidden zones, annihilated the gods of the outer realms, and swept through the world. He was invincible in the heavens and earth, feared by all since ancient times. However, no matter how great his abilities were, it was impossible for him to reverse time and change the saintess' fate. There must have been some unknown past between them. Otherwise, the crescent moon pendant would not have been able to calm Wuxia's formation. One had to know that even the Black Emperor could not enter this place and did not know if Wuxia was dead or alive. What a pity! Although the ancient emperors were invincible in the heavens and earth, they were also the most sorrowful people. Everyone had their own story. The ancient emperors were incomparably powerful, suppressing the heavens and sweeping through the outer realms, but they also had such regrets. "Greetings, Emperor Wuxia." The blind old man kowtowed devoutly. Duanda and Yi Fan were no exception. They solemnly bowed and sincerely paid their respects to Wuxia. Those who walked the path of the great emperor did not fear the heavens, did not respect the earth, and did not believe in others. However, this did not mean that they did not respect the predecessors. Wuxia had made great contributions to the human race and was worthy of them paying their respects. This was the respect and reverence they should have. Emperor. When the blind old man raised his head again, there was nothing in front of him. How could this be? They were horrified. The tall and imposing figure disappeared, no longer on the Tao platform, as if he had never appeared in the first place. Was he the one we saw just now? They were doubtful. Perhaps it's a shadow left behind in the past. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that this was the case. Otherwise, given how powerful the ancient emperors were, just a strand of their emperor's might was enough to crush the heavens and earth. If his true body was here, they wouldn't be able to approach him at all. Most likely, they would immediately collapse, and their flesh and primordial spirits would no longer exist. Who had ever seen a real emperor's corpse? No one in the world could approach him. In the past, even the undying heavenly emperor's skin had to be resisted by an extreme Dao emperor weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to the undying heavenly emperor, let alone the true body of a great emperor. The whole world was silent. This was the miserable second half of the great emperor's life. If he's alive, he's nowhere to be seen. If he's dead, he's nowhere to be found. Where is Wuxia? Where did he go? At this moment, the three of them were filled with bewilderment. Thousands of wild and fanciful thoughts were running through their minds. What exactly happened? This Dao platform was actually empty, without anything at all. The Dao platform was silent. Primal chaos mist was hazy. They carried complicated emotions as they walked forward step by step, carefully observing every inch of the area. The ancient Dao platform was modeled with the passage of time, recording the loneliness of the ancient emperor's life. He sat there alone, his back facing everyone. What was he looking at? At the center of the Dao platform, the majestic and imposing figure had disappeared. However, the figure with his back that was like a waterfall of black hair still remained in their hearts. There's something on the ground. On the ground where he sat, there was a tattered feather robe. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but it had remained there all this time. Ascension Dao robe. Could it be that great Emperor Wuxia has already transformed into the Dao? The three of them were all shaken, feeling somewhat sorrowful. Even the most powerful human emperor couldn't withstand the passage of time, and not even his corpse was left behind. Wuxia didn't leave anything behind. When he was alive, he was so divine and supreme within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet when he passed away, he was so low-key, passing away like a wisp of wind. When he died, there was no world-shaking event, nor did it shake the world. He simply disappeared with the wind just like that. Was this still the great Emperor Wuxia who made it hard for the myriad worlds to breathe? He left just like that? This doesn't seem like the incomparably powerful Wuxia. Even if he died, he would still cause chaos in the world. Why would he choose to transform into an emperor's body? Duanda muttered to himself. Suddenly, Old Blind's body shook and revealed a look of disbelief. Could it be that he has ascended to become an immortal? Duanda was shocked. What? Impossible. Since ancient times, who could become an immortal? All the legends of the past can't be trusted. We can find evidence that they are all fake. Maybe great Emperor Wuxia really succeeded and forcefully broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, becoming an immortal. Old Blind's eyes were burning with passion. It was recorded in ancient books that ascending to become an immortal was actually transforming into the Dao. It was the end of one's life and not truly becoming an immortal. However, there were people who retorted, saying that in the distant past, there were true immortals who existed. 10,000 years was a tribulation, and only one person could ascend to immortality. I feel like he has transformed into the Dao. Look at the ashes here. They are clearly left behind by the burning emperor's body when the great emperor ascended to heaven. Duanda stared at the tattered clothes. Ascending to heaven and ascending to immortality, the true body can only bring one weapon into the celestial domain. The ashes are the personal belongings of other great emperors that were destroyed. Old Blind retorted. This proves even more that great Emperor Wuxia has transformed into the Dao because the Wuxia bell is still here and not taken away by him. Duanda said. Perhaps there are special reasons. He didn't have time to take away the emperor weapon and headed to the celestial domain alone. Since ancient times, who could open the path? The opportunity is fleeting. Old Blind didn't have much confidence. Forget it, there is no point in fighting over these things. Regardless of whether he transformed into the Dao or ascended to heaven, he has ascended to heaven and is no longer in this world. A chaotic world without a great human emperor is about to arrive. It is better to think about these things. Yi interrupted them. There was nothing else on the Dao platform. The few of them all sighed. This truly exceeded their expectations. They were extremely disappointed. In the end, Yi Fan placed the snow-white female saint's skull in the tattered feathered clothes and buried it here. Even if we can't be together in life, we'll be buried together in death. He sighed softly. In the crevice of the cliff below the Dao platform, an ancient king medicine blossomed with 7 colored flowers. It flickered with dazzling divine splendor. The entire plant was translucent and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. How can we return empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Every single stalk of medicine is a life. We have to pluck all of them, Duanda said. He was quite open-minded. He pulled Yi Fan along and let him pluck them. At this moment, they didn't dare to leave behind the crescent moon pendant. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to move even an inch and would immediately turn into fine powder. The Dao platform was densely packed with Dao patterns. This was the flawless Wuxia killing formation. Unless a great emperor personally came, no one could enter. The chaotic waterfall poured down from the Dao platform. The Dao patterns were faintly discernible, but they didn't harm the 3 in the slightest. They climbed all the way and plucked 8 stalks of ancient king medicine in one go. Duanda and the old blind man were so excited that they trembled. Every stalk could prolong one's life by 400 years. This was an astonishing amount of divine treasury. If they plucked a few more, it would almost be equivalent to an immortal medicine. In the end, their bodies were filled with medicinal fragrance. Their flesh was almost transparent under the contrast of the ancient king medicine. When they breathed in the ancient medicine's essence, all the pores on their bodies opened up and they felt as if they were floating in the air. When they climbed down the Dao platform, they had collected a total of 13 stalks of ancient king medicine. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. Apart from the Purple Mountain, the other barren mountains and the great wastelands probably didn't have this many stalks. Every stalk had to be nourished with earth milk for more than 80 to 90,000 years. We've struck it rich this time. Together, it's almost comparable to an immortal medicine. Duanda was so excited that he was twitching. The old blind man couldn't calm down either. His eyes were burning with passion and he was close to going crazy. He continuously stroked the ancient king medicine stalk after stalk, and what entered his eyes was a dazzling, sparkling expanse. When the 3 of them calmed down, Yi Fan flung the crescent moon pendant up the Dao platform. It landed perfectly in front of the feather clothes and the sparkling white skull. The endless chaotic waterfall poured down, submerging the Dao platform. No one could take another step forward, or else they would definitely turn into ashes. Not even saints could do it. Wait a moment, do you guys think that this Dao platform is a great tomb and that Wuxia's corpse is inside? Duanda suddenly said before leaving. This. Yi Fan and the old blind man were both shocked. With my many years of tomb raiding experience, this might very well be an emperor tomb. Duanda was incomparably sure. Even if it was, they still didn't have the power to enter. This Dao platform was densely packed with patterns. If they really tried to dismantle it, not to mention holding the pendant, they would be erased even if they tried to dismantle it according to the diagram. In the end, they left this place. The interior of the Purple Mountain was extremely large, and there were many places they hadn't explored yet. However, Yi Fan was no longer interested. He only wanted to go to the Wuxia Bell. The 3 of them walked back, and when they passed by the row of crystal coffins carved by the undying heavenly emperor, they were all stupefied. Then, their entire bodies became ice cold, and they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. All of the crystal coffins had been opened, and they were all empty. There were a few black footprints on the ground. This place was just like the Azura Palace, cold and terrifying. Hurry up and leave! Duanda shouted loudly. No one was more familiar with the tomb than him, and after seeing this scene, his face became pale. Auho! Mournful wails could be heard from all directions. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, and pitch-black withered figures were rushing over. Mother Ker, they're all the undying heavenly emperor's subordinates. This time, it's really dangerous. Every single one of them was a divine general from the legendary era. Even though these people had long since died and no longer had any magical power, their withered bodies were still extremely terrifying. With such a group rushing over, even the ancient great sage would be torn to pieces. They had no other choice but to use the ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar. Even if Yi Fan entered the divine shell, it would still be useless. There were just too many of these terrifying malicious spirits. There's a terrifying living creature controlling these withered corpses. He wants to steal the Medicine King. The ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar trembled and spat out large amounts of black light, creating a path. They quickly ran forward, not daring to stop. The great emperor's weapon was indeed powerful, and it could definitely slaughter a large group. However, the consumption was too great, and it might even suck them dry. This was not a good place to fight to the death. The three of them quickly fled, and a group of malicious spirits with either dragon heads or Qilin bodies chased closely behind them. The entire interior of the Purple Mountain was in chaos, and there were corpses everywhere. Mother f***, even a saint would die with a grievance. How could that old bastard undying heavenly emperor leave behind such a group of dog-fart subordinates? Duanda cursed. Boom. In the end, they had no choice but to activate the heaven-devouring jar, and a terrifying black light shot out. The undying heavenly emperor's subordinates were extremely powerful, but they could only collapse. This won't do. There are too many of them, and they can't be gathered together. Moreover, there's a living creature leading them from the shadows. The old blind man frowned. However, in the end, they finally retreated to the most spacious hall of the Purple Mountain, and a stone scripture was laid there. You guys leave, I want to stay. Yi Fan stuffed an emperor jade into the stone trough. Why are you staying? You'll die without a doubt here. Quickly leave with us, said the old blind man. There's no other way. The 10,000 ancient races are about to come into being, and without the power to intimidate them, an unprecedented dark upheaval will arrive, said Yi Fan. What do you want to do? The Purple Mountain is my first stop. I want the Wuxia bell to ring for 3 months and intimidate the world. I want them to doubt Wuxia's life and death, said Yi Fan. You're crazy. Not to mention 3 months, even 3 consecutive rings will turn you into ashes. Even a saint shell can't stop the Wuxia bell wave. I have a way to stop it. You guys leave quickly. Yi Fan urged. He pressed an emperor jade into the groove, and a screen of light immediately burst forth, cutting open the void. If you dare to stay, we won't have the face to leave if we don't do something, said the old blind man. He was determined to leave the heaven-devouring devil jar behind. Duanda was about to cry, but he didn't oppose. With a sobbing tone he said, "Damn it, don't lose it. 3 months later, I'll come back to dig the grave and steal my own treasure." Moreover, out of the 13 king medicines, the 2 of them only took 4. The other 9 were left for Yi Fan to use to prolong his life. The Wuxia bell was about to ring, and an unprecedented storm was about to arrive. Chapter 797. After inserting an emperor jade into the head-sized groove, a gentle radiance flickered and tore through the void, swallowing the old blind man and Duanda. They disappeared just like that. Back then, Yi Fan retreated from the Purple Mountain like this. He crossed an underground river and climbed to the surface. It was difficult to enter and exit the Purple Mountain. Unless an extreme Dao weapon was used to blast it open, there was no hope of opening it. This was a natural cage. Auho! Sinister ghosts appeared in all directions. Every single one of them was withered like firewood, skin wrapped around bones. There were those with dragon heads, phoenix wings, crocodile bodies, and deities. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Mournful cries rang out everywhere, as if they were in the underworld. These creatures were all strange and unique. They represented the glory of their clans and were chosen by the undying heavenly emperor to become his subordinates. One could imagine how terrifying they were when they were alive. Yi Fan retreated again and again. Even with the heaven-devouring demonic jar in hand, he didn't dare to kill them on the spot. Fighting against so many ancient corpses by himself would exhaust his body in no time. He arrived at the most spacious area of the Purple Mountain. The Wuxia bell was suspended above, covering this place. This was a restricted area, and all of the malicious ghosts stopped their advance. Yi Fan was fearless. If he allowed the Wuxia bell to ring for 3 months, perhaps all of the creatures in the Purple Mountain would cease to exist. They would all be turned into powder by the bell waves, and it would be difficult for even the undying Heavenly Emperor's subordinates to survive. Roar! Archaic divine generals roared in all directions, surrounding this place. Every single one of them was withered and black, their hair disheveled like grass. Some were surrounded by divine rings, while others had black moons above their heads. Every single one of them was unordinary. One could see how powerful they were when they were alive. If they were reborn, they would definitely make the mountains and rivers lose color and the sun and moon lose their radiance. They were powerful enough to flatten the world. It was because they were undefeated divine generals. They all had great statuses in the past, and they only listened to the undying Heavenly Emperor's orders. They were the ancestors of the 10,000 archaic clans. Motherfucker! Even Yi Fan couldn't help but curse out loud. The more he looked, the more terrifying he felt. Some of these creatures' bodies seemed to be made of divine materials, and there were great Dao patterns circulating within them. That was the embodiment of magical power reaching the pinnacle, sublimating to the extreme. Dao patterns were engraved into the bones and flesh, and the body shell became the carrier of the Dao. Not to mention a group of such existences, even a single one of them was enough to cause chaos in the world and sweep through an entire region. Yi Fan really suspected that there might be gods in the supreme ancient immortal realms. The subordinates of the undying Heavenly Emperor were simply too powerful. No wonder he had a supreme position in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. Roar! A group of malicious spirits roared, a black moon suspended in the sky, a river winding around their bodies, a blood sun traversing across. These were all scenes that accompanied them, shaking the ancient stone palace until it was buzzing and swaying, as if it was going to collapse. Fortunately, Dao patterns appeared, stabilizing it. Yi Fan clearly felt that something wasn't right. These ancient creatures were restless, as if they received orders to enter. Poor they. Come out and meet me. Withered corpses were everywhere. Jet black claws were waving about like weeds dancing chaotically everywhere. The mournful cries were even more terrifying, just like in the Dark Azura temple. A wave of cold laughter transmitted over, and a wave of resentment rose and fell like a tide. In the end, it covered the sky and covered the earth, making one's entire body go cold. Behind the withered black corpses, a tall figure walked forward. The temperature in the great hall dropped rapidly, as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Sinister and strange, his entire body was covered in terrifying red hair that was over half a foot long. Even his face was like this, and only a pair of malicious eyes could be seen. His red hair was extremely long, as if he was the most tyrannical devil. He gave off an incomparably vicious and resentful feeling, as if he wanted to kill all life. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. His body produced a reaction, and he couldn't help but cry out, "You are Wang Lin." A whirlwind of red hair blew on the ground, carrying with it woo sounds. The entire interior of the Purple Mountain became gloomy, becoming increasingly dusky. What was the netherworld? This was it. There was no difference. All of the malicious spirits were howling and walking forward together. They wanted to enter this forbidden land and tear him apart alive. In the outside world, there were endless disturbances these days. It could even be described as a violent storm. Valley of Divinities was overflowing with vitality, but the mountain range outside was barren. However, in a single night, verdant plants spread out for tens of thousands of miles, becoming a source of life. They had officially appeared in the world. A dignified voice rang out. Whoever brought Yi Fan's head here would forever become a guest of Valley of Divinities. This was a human who wanted to kill the Saint Physique. At the same time, they displayed their iron-blooded side. They declared that if Yi Fan didn't kneel down and ask for death, they would slaughter the entire Yi clan within 3 months, causing rivers of blood to flow and mountains of corpses to flow. Strong and tyrannical, the order from Valley of Divinities shook the world. Everyone knew that a great upheaval was about to arrive and that it couldn't be stopped. Valley of Divinities was only one of the ancient races. There were even more terrifying races with ancestral kings presiding over them. A single race was already so tyrannical, and if anyone dared to rebel, they would be exterminated. A violent storm raged on the great earth. A bloody storm was about to begin. Everyone was in danger, and a few great races even made preparations to rely on the ancient races. In this great world that had never been so terrifying before, even the Holy Lands and ancient families were silent. The dark upheaval was about to arrive, and what they were considering now was not how to prosper, but how to survive. During these days, the Southern Mountains barbarian race suffered great pressure, because archaic creatures would come to investigate from time to time. Someone spread the news that Valley of Divinities wanted to uproot the barbarian race, but they didn't dare to take action. It was because they knew that there was a war god within the barbarian race. Many great sects were alarmed. The barbarian race displayed such great strength, yet Valley of Divinities still wanted to take action against them. Their domineering side was completely revealed. Southern Mountains barbarian race, my Valley of Divinities needs an explanation. Finally, these words came from the northern region. They were going to make things difficult for them. The archaic king race questioned. Their domineeringness overflowed into the heavens. This was a signal to start a war of extermination. It made the cultivators of the world keep quiet out of fear. Many people were terrified. Why do you all dare to flatten the Northern Plains Wang family? Why do you all protect the human race's holy physique in the Southern Mountains? Are you all provoking my race's dignity? Valley of Divinities asked 3 questions. They were overbearing and aloof. It was a completely unequal conversation, as if they were looking down on the world. When these words were spoken, the entire world was shocked. This was a sign that war was about to start. Even the Southern Mountains barbarian war god couldn't intimidate the ancient races. In that instant, the Southern Mountains barbarian race was going to face off against Valley of Divinities. The curtains were about to be drawn on the first battle. The Southern Mountains barbarian race was about to face off against Valley of Divinities. The most violent dark turmoil was about to descend, and the curtains were about to be drawn on the first battle. The barbarian race was extremely unyielding. When faced with accusations, they didn't try to defend themselves one by one. They directly said, "Motherfucker. If you want to fight, then fight." The Southern Mountains barbarian race's unyieldingness exceeded many people's expectations. It also made quite a few people's blood boil. They dared to act like this in front of the archaic king race. They truly lived up to the reputation of their ancestors. Their words were powerful and sonorous. In the eyes of the people, they were true heroes. Even if they were defeated in the first battle of the dark turmoil, there was nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it would make people admire them even more. Valley of Divinities was silent for a while after hearing this. Then, they spoke again, asking the barbarian race lord to come to the north and give an explanation. Everyone could clearly feel that Valley of Divinities had somewhat softened and was a bit afraid of the barbarian race. However, they still had an arrogant attitude, asking the barbarian race lord to personally explain. There's nothing to explain. Our barbarian race does things in an open and above-board manner. We won't lower our heads to anyone. How can the lord of a race be ordered around by another race? Stubborn. He's just an ancient saint who's about to transform into the Tao. There's nothing to worry about. We'll flatten him in one battle. This was the voice from inside Valley of Divinities. Although it hadn't come out yet, it had already leaked out. Everyone could see that Valley of Divinities was going to attack the Southern Mountains and defeat the powerful barbarian race. Not long after, an extremely powerful voice came from Valley of Divinities. They wanted the barbarian king of the Southern Mountains to personally come and beg for forgiveness. They also wanted to tie up the saint physique of the human race. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? This was the barbarian race's straightforward reply. Within the race, men, women, old and young were all mobilized. Each of them carried a wolf fang club on their back and prepared for a life and death battle. They were fearless and united. On this day, The roar of the ancient king of the north shook the mountains and valleys. The entire land was shaking, shocking everyone. Flatten the southern mountains, barbarian race. Kill them all. This was an extremely domineering aura that shook the endless mountains and rivers of the north. It quickly spread to the 5 regions. Everyone heard the news that a great battle was about to begin. Unless the ancient emperors come back to life, no one will be able to save you. Arrogant and domineering, this was Valley of Divinities. It was a powerful royal race among the 10,000 ancient races. Today, they were going to start a war. Demonic clouds billowed and battle intent soared into the sky. Ancient warships from Valley of Divinities rose into the air, about to enter a huge realm gate and head towards the southern mountains. A world-shaking battle was about to erupt. Although the barbarian race was powerful, they could not be compared to Valley of Divinities. This was because once a life and death battle began, the other ancient royal races might be implicated. If that happened, the result could already be predicted. People seemed to have already seen rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Let the barbarian race become history. We will eliminate them in one battle. This was the cold and aloof voice of Valley of Divinities. It announced to the entire world that after sweeping through the barbarian race, they would go and kill the Yi clan. This was an iron-blooded operation. However, at this time, a very discordant voice came from the northern region. Valley of Divinities, you bunch of grandsons. This daddy here is the human race's sacred physique. I have personally come to the northern region to kill you. I, Yi Fan, have come and will definitely exterminate your entire race. I will kill every little one of you that comes out. If a pair of them comes out, I will kill both of them. Everyone was in an uproar because they saw that this was undoubtedly the true body of the human race's sacred physique. That kind of golden blood energy and exuberant aura could not be mistaken. Valley of Divinities was furious. Many experts came out together, and with a roar, mountains and rivers collapsed, shaking the entire northern region. Human race's sacred physique, where is the great human emperor you spoke of? If the ancient great emperor doesn't appear, no one can save you. Dang! At this time, a bell sound spread throughout the northern region, suppressing all other sounds. It spread out for who knew how many tens of thousands of li, causing the world to immediately calm down. All the restlessness and killing intent disappeared. Everyone was trembling with fear, and they were all dumbfounded. Between the heaven and earth, only the sound of the bell lingered, as if it came from the ancient past. Valley of Divinities stopped all the departing warships. The faces of everyone on the ships were stiff and trembling. They were incomparably terrified. Chapter 798. At the Purple Mountain, the sound of the bell echoed throughout the ages, piercing through the void and shaking the past and present. The moment the bell rang, the world was subdued. It was unknown how many people were petrified and how many powerful cultivators were trembling. The entire northern domain was silent except for the sound of the bell. It was like a wisp of primordial divine light that pierced through the boundless earth, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. After many years of peace, the Wuxia bell rang once more as if it was going to collapse the heavens. All cultivators trembled from the bottom of their souls. At that moment, countless people knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the Purple Mountain. Their respect for him was sincere. Many human cultivators had tears in their eyes and sincerely kowtowed as if they were worshipping a deity. Their bodies were trembling. The dark chaos is coming. The Wuxia bell waves will stabilize the universe. Many people murmured superstitiously and continuously worshipped the Purple Mountain. All of them knelt on the ground, not willing to get up. The most glorious period of the human race was the time when the last great human emperor, Wuxia, was born. He suppressed the 8 desolates and swept through the outer realms. He shook the entire ancient starry sky and was at its peak. What forbidden zone chaos! What supreme existences! What undying existences! If they dared to appear, they would all be killed without any suspense. His appearance pushed the glory of the human race to the peak. All 9 heavens and 10 earths were subdued. However, it also seemed to have exhausted the fate of the human race. Ever since the death of Wuxia, the human race declined. great emperors rarely appeared again, causing the world's origin energy to change and the grand Tao laws to reappear. During these hundreds of thousands of years, the situation of the human race had been deteriorating. In the present era, even saints were almost impossible to see. They could no longer be compared to that period. Dang! The sound of the bell rang endlessly, resounding through the heavens and earth. Hearing the bell waves again, all human cultivators were excited. Could it be that great Emperor Wuxia was still alive? This was the first thought that came to many human cultivators. Their blood boiled. Great Emperor Wuxia had reappeared and suppressed the 10,000 ancient races. Just thinking about it made people's blood boil. They couldn't help but want to roar. The human race was in an uproar, but the 10,000 ancient races were completely silent. On this day, they were all horrified. Many of the slumbering ancient kings were roused awake and remained silent. The Motherf * King Human King was the same as the primordial emperor, invincible in the entire world. The moment Wuxia's bell rang out, there was no one who wouldn't feel fear in their hearts. The ancient sovereign mountain was a pure land in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. It was a place of pilgrimage because the God in their hearts, the undying heavenly sovereign, resided there. However, later on, it was occupied by great Emperor Wuxia, making every single ancient creature furious and fearful. Just how great of a spirit did one have to be to dare do something like this? It has already been more than 100,000 years. Could it be that he is still alive? An archaic ancestral king muttered to himself. The bell chimed unceasingly, causing their expressions to change again and again. This was an extremely bad omen. Could it be that the ancient emperors were still alive? The ones who were the most worried were none other than the Valley of Gods. This was like a heavy blow, a slap to their faces. Not long ago, they were still arrogantly looking down on the world, saying that unless the ancient emperors came back to life, they would flatten the southern mountains' barbarian race and exterminate the Yi clan. But as soon as they finished speaking, the Wuxia's bell rang. Was this a coincidence or a warning? The bodies of everyone in the Valley of Gods froze. The bell chimes at this critical juncture made them feel incomparably terrified. How were they supposed to set out now? All the warships in the air landed and a few bell waves stopped their expedition. The faces of everyone in the Valley of Gods were ashen. This time, they had mobilized a large force but ended up with a weak finish. They felt that they had lost all face, but they didn't dare to act recklessly. Everything had to wait. If the ancient sovereign mountain was really the great emperor of the human race coming back to life, not to mention them, even the alliance of the various races would be useless. An incomparable deterrent force. This was great Emperor Wuxia. Even though he had disappeared for so many years, the moment his bell rang, the entire world became silent. Everyone quietened down. No one dared to resist. The ancient races that were about to come into being were all well-behaved. They hid in their lairs in the northern region and didn't dare to take any further action. Everyone was waiting for a definite result. Within the ancient sovereign mountain, Yi Fan confronted the terrifying red-furred creature for a day and a night before finally striking the Wuxia's bell. The bell waves were unending. In the outer regions, large amounts of dried corpses turned into powder and scattered like ashes. It wasn't gorgeous at all, but it was extremely terrifying. What kind of existences were these? The troops of the undying heavenly emperor. Every single one of them could contend against the sacred shell, but in the face of the Wuxia's bell, they were nothing. Their annihilation was silent. The bell waves spread through the entire belly of the mountain, not letting go of a single corner. It was incomparably terrifying. If news of this spread to the outside world, even the ancestral kings would be horrified. This kind of scene was truly terrifying. The divine might of the great emperor was boundless. However, the red-furred creature retreated immediately. It led the strongest group of corpses to the depths of the purple mountain and gathered in front of the crystal coffin. Then 81 great black banners rose up and fluttered about. They surrounded this place and protected them. This was the most powerful ancient treasure of the malicious spirits. It was personally refined by the undying heavenly emperor back then. The 81 great banners merged into one and possessed the unmatched might of an ancient emperor. Even though the years were merciless and the great banners were damaged due to the passage of time, they were still refined by the ancient emperor. They still possessed an undying divine nature. Dark light curled about them, blocking the sound waves. Kacha. The 81 great banners released noises. Fine cracks appeared on their surface. If this continued for a long time, they would definitely collapse. It was true that they had ancient emperor patterns carved on them, but they weren't cast from immortal materials like phoenix blood gold or all life source energy. They couldn't stop the emperor might released by the Wuxia's bell. The bell waves were released streak after streak. Fine patterns appeared and extended in all directions like ripples, destroying everything in their way. A mournful cry sounded from within the great banner. It was incomparably painful. I am Wang Lin. After a final rumbling sound, the bell waves disappeared. Purple Mountain gradually recovered its tranquility to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Ta-ta sounds could be heard from a quiet and secluded path. An incomparably lonely figure walked over, arriving at the most spacious area within Purple Mountain. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was pale. Only after the bell waves stopped for a long time did he calm down. He gazed at the distant figure and spat out 2 words, saying, "Ancestor." Every inch of Wang Lin's body was covered in thick red fur that reached half a foot in length. He was sinister and terrifying like a devil. However, at this moment, his expression calmed down. There was no longer any gloominess or viciousness, only endless sorrow. I don't have much time left. The Wuxia's bell waves are so loud that even the deaf can hear the deaf, but it can only allow me to temporarily regain a moment of clarity. The bleak voice and helpless mood carried a type of loneliness. The 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master had disappeared for more than 10,000 years, turning into an unknown red-furred monster. Today he woke up. Yi Fan's mood was complicated. Under such circumstances, he met with the ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage. He was half demon, half human, and no longer had the demeanor of a peerless genius of the past. Back in the stone stronghold, Zhang Wei had told him everything about his ancestor. In his later years, the Yuan Taoist master would encounter all kinds of extremely inauspicious and terrifying things. Finally, on the night he left, a whirlwind of red fur blew outside. An indescribably terrifying creature howled incessantly, howling for an entire night. What exactly happened? Yi Fan asked. He didn't have much time left. He wanted to clearly understand the inauspiciousness of the Yuan Taoist master's later years. That night, I saw the previous generation Yuan Taoist master. Wang Lin arrived calmly and sat on a boulder outside the square. He seemed to be immersed in a distant memory. How many tens of thousands of years has it been since the previous generation's Yuan Tian master died? How could he still exist in this world? Yi Fan had endless questions in his heart. He clearly remembered that the 4th-generation Yuan Taoist master exhausted all his efforts and plotted for many years. He hid in the absolute beginning forbidden area, hiding in a place where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the calamity, and an inauspicious event happened in his later years. That night, the terrifying whirlwind of red fur was very strong. It sounded like the weeping of ghosts. Outside the window, there were a few creatures with terrifying fur all over their bodies walking and howling mournfully. Although I never saw them, I knew they were the ancestors. Yi Fan's body shivered. What kind of power could allow people from tens of thousands of years ago to live until now and turn into such monsters? In my later years, I was in the netherworld realm. I saw all kinds of strange things, such as nether soldiers borrowing the way. Thousands of nether soldiers and horses appeared from underground, borrowing the way of the human world to kill their way to the unknown. The ancient sages made way for them and quietly waited for them to pass. Wang Lin saw many terrifying things. It was incomparably strange. In his later years, he couldn't control his body and mind. He went to the ruins of God, to the Immortal mausoleum, and the more those places were, the more terrifying the things he saw were. Muddle-headed, it's been 10,000 years, I don't even know what I've done. In the end, Wang Lin let out a long sigh. The Yuan Taoist master's fate couldn't be changed. He was half demon and half human, and he didn't know his past. That night, he heard the howling outside the window. First, red fur grew on his arms, and then it quickly covered his whole body. Then he lost consciousness. "Where are the other ancestors?" Yi Fan asked. "After that night, I never saw them again," Wang Lin said. Yi Fan felt a little apprehensive. An inauspicious event happened to the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. He was actually called away by the ancestors from tens of thousands of years ago. Why did it sound like a ghost calling a soul, and he was lured away when he was old? Why did such a thing happen to us? Yi Fan asked. When heaven and earth intersect, original essence is born. Our lineage has cut open too many strange stones, stolen all the mysteries of heaven, and unearthed too many secrets. It's all predestined. Wang Lin's whole body was covered in red fur, and he looked very terrifying. He sighed and said, "Let me ask you, have you ever cut open an unformed Holy Spirit? Have you ever unearthed the truth of being sealed in prehistoric times? Have you ever seen a strange stone that you didn't dare to cut? Have you ever dug out the dark underworld?" All the previous Yuan Taoist masters had such experiences many times. The inauspicious event that happened in their later years was already predestined. Yi Fan was stunned, and then he said, "I just want to know what it was." "It's hard to explain, but I only hope that you don't have such an old age. Some of the pain is unbearable," the fifth-generation ancestor said seriously. "It's too late. I've already cut open a 9-holed stone man, and now I'm not too far away from the Yuan Taoist master's realm. I want to visit the ruins of God, the Immortal Mausoleum, and the ancient origin mine. It's unavoidable. I hope you never meet the previous Yuan Taoist masters." Wang Lin could only let out such a sigh. The two fell silent, and in the end, it was Wang Lin who broke the silence. "Why did you come to the Purple Mountain? The 10,000 ancient races have appeared, and the dark upheaval is coming. I want to postpone this day, and let the Wuxia bell waves shock the world," Yi Fan said truthfully. "Is the dark upheaval coming again?" The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master muttered to himself. He then raised his head, his red fur trembling, and a cold light blossomed in his eyes. "Then let me display the last of my strength. Yuan Taoist master's lineage, you and I will guard the northern region together. Just the two of us." Yi Fan was surprised. Wang Lin said calmly, "There's also a group of death gods. Although they only have one night to live after leaving the Purple Mountain, and will scatter with the wind at dawn, becoming the dust of history, it's enough." Chapter 799. The northern region was quiet. The 10,000 ancient races were all afraid and didn't dare to come out, not daring to take any action. However, the world was boiling. The Wuxia bell was like the first ray of light at the beginning of time that pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead of the human race. The resurrection of great Emperor Wuxia would suppress the 10,000 races. This was something that everyone was talking about. There were discussions everywhere, breaking the peace that had lasted for many days. Perhaps it was because they had been suppressed for too long. Many people believed that the ancient great emperor was really going to appear and break the current situation. However, the bell didn't continue for long and came to an abrupt end. Many people were nervously waiting, and some were even afraid that it would be an eternal silence. Why is it like this? Is Wuxia really still alive? The human race was worried while the 10,000 ancient races were indifferent. Everyone was paying attention and waiting silently. At this moment, the people of the Valley of Gods let out a long sigh of relief. Their nervous nerves relaxed a little, and a cold, killing intent appeared on their faces. 2 days had passed, but there was no movement from the Purple Mountain. It was as if the bell had never appeared. The cold smiles on the faces of some ancient race experts became even thicker. The people of the Valley of Gods relaxed, and the warships gathered. Although they hadn't moved yet, they were ready at any time. Inside the Purple Mountain, Yi Fan and Wang Lin sat together. The heaven-devouring evil jar floated above them and floated up and down. Tens of thousands of strands of black light descended and covered them. Yi Fan was using the ancient great emperor's weapon to suppress the fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master. He wanted to help the fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master shed off his red hair and expel the evil energy in his body. However, 2 days had passed and Zhang Lin's fate was still not changed. The red hair had lessened but his body emitted a rotting smell. Don't waste your energy. When I return to normal, it will be the end of my life. The Yuan Taoist master sighed. Who in the world could avoid death? This one sentence had stumped countless geniuses. Even the ancient great emperors had collapsed with the passage of time and returned to dust. The Yuan Taoist master walked proudly in the world of nature, digging up all the secrets under the ground. He could obtain astonishing treasures that could prolong his life, but he could not decay. Zhang Lin disappeared in his later years, and it had already been 10,000 years since then. Ordinary people could not live for so long. He did not have a great completion saint physique, nor was he a great emperor of the human race. If he had not become a demon, he would have died a long time ago. Now, Yi Fan wanted to forcefully expel all the mysteries in his body, but in the end he could only let him rot and become a corpse. Zhang Lin was not disappointed. He had lived for such a long time, and his lifespan had long since dried up. He did not yearn for longevity. The weapons of the ancient emperors are truly tyrannical, able to suppress the profound secrets in my body. Now, I can finally maintain my consciousness for a period of time. Senior, why did you steal the Medicine King from my hands not long ago? Could it be that you need it? Yi Fan asked. Right, why do I have to do this? I'm so muddle-headed, why do I have this kind of instinct? Zhang Lin said to himself. Then he suddenly grabbed his waist-length blood-colored hair. He revealed a pained expression and muttered to himself. He plucked out strands of terrifying red hair and paced back and forth. In the end, his eyes revealed a terrifying expression. Ow-ho! In the end, Zhang Lin let out a beast-like roar. His eyes became scarlet red as he ran like the wind. He passed through one ancient cave after another and disappeared at the end of the small path, howling like a wounded beast. After a long time, he finally reappeared. In his bosom was a huge source, and within it was a beautiful woman. She was like a lotus that had just emerged from the water. She was flawless, elegant, and otherworldly. It's her! Yi Fan was astonished. Years ago, when he entered the Purple Mountain, apart from the divine King Jiang Taishu, he also saw a woman sealed in the source. It was this woman. Save her! Zhang Lin's voice was hoarse. Yi Fan immediately understood. This was the Jade Lake Saint Lady Yang Yi from 10,000 years ago. He had heard Zhang Wei mention her before. Yang Yi was Zhang Lin's confidant. After learning that something bad happened to him in his later years, she was heartbroken. Disregarding her own life and death, she resolutely entered the Purple Mountain and never appeared in this world again. Back then I let her down too much. After I died, I even implicated her in a dangerous situation. Zhang Lin's voice was trembling, and his red hairy hands were trembling. This source was suffused with a divine aura and its brilliance was restrained. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Back then he had truly misjudged this. This was clearly a special divine source. Normally, divine sources were golden in color. At that time, he hadn't studied the Heavenly Origin book yet, so how could he know that there were divine sources of other colors? However, this wasn't formed from divine source liquid. Zhang Lin sealed Yang inside after breaking it apart. He used the 6 seals against Immortal's technique and other divine source powder to embed it into those cracks and seal it for 10,000 years. Yang Yi entered the Purple Mountain to die for Yuan Taoist master. Zhang Lin was half demon and half human. After becoming a red-haired monster, he lost his consciousness, but he still had an instinct to save Yang Yi. This made Yi Fan sigh. Dang, the Wuxia bell rang out again. This time, the sound didn't stop, shaking the entire world. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, more than 10 days had passed. The bell continued to ring, shaking the 5 regions and stirring the human race. This was the fame of the Wuxia bell. No matter how many years had passed, when the bell rang, it still shook everyone. Everyone became nervous. The 10,000 ancient races were truly afraid this time. Who could make the bell ring for more than 10 days? This was unimaginable. If they were to get close, they would definitely be blasted into pieces. The Divine Spirit Valley was completely subdued this time. Their restless thoughts immediately turned cold as if cold water had been poured over them. They didn't dare to act blindly without thinking and only calmly lay dormant. Deng, 2 months had passed, and the Wuxia bell was still ringing. The entire northern region was peaceful, and not a single ancient creature dared to come out. They were all subdued. This was a huge commotion. Many people believed that the Wuxia Great Emperor had appeared. Otherwise, how could there be such a long bell wave? In the Purple Mountain, Yi Fan's face was pale. He had coughed out countless mouthfuls of blood during these 2 months. Every 2 days, he would take a bite of the Medicine King. He was inside the heaven-devouring demonic jar, which blocked all of the bell waves. However, the extreme Dao weapon was unmatched, and even the slightest tremble was fatal. The demonic lid sealed the jar tightly. He was inside, but even so, he still suffered greatly. If not for the 2 pieces of green copper in his hands, he would have long become a bloody paste. The 2 emperor weapons were facing each other. Every day, he would activate the demonic jar and shoot out a strand of black light to strike the great bell hanging on the stone wall. If not for the extreme Dao demonic jar and the green copper, even a saint would have become dregs long ago. No one could block the bell waves, which were destructive. The Wuxia bell could ring on its own. This was unimaginable, as if someone was activating it. This made Yi Fan deeply understand how terrifying it was. No wonder so many emperor weapons couldn't do anything to it back then. In the present world, perhaps only the heaven-devouring demonic jar was like this. After merging together, no one could control it, but it could still ring on its own and resist the Wuxia bell. Dang! The bell waves didn't stop ringing for more than 2 months. The divine shell that Yi Fan was in already had cracks on it. In the end, he was still affected. However, his harvest during these 2 months was also great. The great bell rumbled, the demonic jar shook, and Dao patterns crisscrossed everywhere. He sat inside the heaven-devouring demonic jar with the 2 pieces of old copper in his hands, protecting himself while silently comprehending and cultivating. These 2 months were better than 20 years. Only at this moment did he understand how difficult the 3 immortal slashes was. Not to mention 2 months was equivalent to 20 years, even 200 years was the same. 3 immortal slashes, what exactly was he trying to sever? Yi Fan was stuck here, and he was almost at a loss. He discovered that he had too many fetters, and his entire being should be severed. Since ancient times, it was unknown just how many outstanding people had been stopped at this hurdle. Ancient books recorded that there were several heaven-defying geniuses who shocked the past, present, and future, but they all fell at this hurdle. Otherwise, there might have been a few more great emperors. Moreover, there were legends saying that even among the great emperors of the human race, there were some who almost died at this hurdle. One could well imagine how difficult it was. It was impossible for a mediocre person to pass, but the stronger the person, the greater the resistance they would encounter. The so-called talent might become a heavenly moat on the road ahead. Listening to the Wuxia's bell chime and watching the heaven-devouring demonic jar tremble, Yi Fan quietly comprehended and remained motionless. Even though there were more cracks on his body, he was fearless. In the space between the saint shell's brows, a golden deity sat cross-legged. That was him. He embraced the cauldron and merged with the Dao, listening to the rhythm of the bell waves and the demonic jar, comprehending his own Dao unceasingly. 3 immortal slashes, one had to use one's entire life to stake it all. However, if one didn't work hard, it would be difficult to obtain any results. The heavens slashed the Dao, destroying the foundation. Since ancient times, no one had been able to succeed in one go. No one had ever successfully passed this hurdle. The ancient emperors were the same, using their lives to sever the Dao. For more than 2 months, listening to the Dao sounds, the little golden person in the Saint Shell's immortal platform became more and more resplendent. It embraced the cauldron and released 9 immortal divine rings. He stepped onto the 9th minor step of the 2nd layer of the immortal platform. Yes, if it weren't for the confrontation between the 2 monarch weapons, if it weren't for the fact that he was in the flesh shell of a sage, he would have already passed the tribulation. He believed that once he returned to his original body, his physical body and vital spirit would be one, and he would immediately pass the tribulation and become the strongest expert on second heaven. As for 3 immortals, it was too difficult. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take this step. In the end, he sighed. Ding. With the last bell chime, the Purple Mountain slowly returned to peace, and the bell waves disappeared on this day. It had been 3 months, and Yi Fan finally made it. The vital spirit in the immortal platform became more and more resplendent, and it was much stronger. Hugging the cauldron, it was like an immortal god. Even the powerful body shell of an ancient sage hid in the extreme monarch weapon. Cracks appeared on it, but it wasn't destroyed and survived. However, the king herb was almost exhausted. Yi Fan didn't treat this experience as a trial. Instead, he used his heart to comprehend it. Facing the Wuxia bell waves and the sky-devouring demonic jar for the past 3 months would benefit him for the rest of his life. At this moment, the entire world was subdued. There wasn't a single person who wasn't frightened. The 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to act rashly. In these 3 months, countless human cultivators knelt to the Purple Mountain. It was almost like a pilgrimage, kowtowing with every step they took. As for the 10,000 ancient races, they kept quiet out of fear and hid in their nests, not daring to take a step out. The Wuxia bell rang for 3 months in a row. The world was awed, and everyone trembled in fear. However, they didn't know that an even greater storm was about to arrive. It's far from enough. Only the bell waves and no monarch techniques? How can they be awed? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then, he transmitted his voice to the sky-devouring demonic jar. Ancestral Master, you and I should take the Grim Reaper with us. Chapter 800. Wait, kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. We have to raise the fattest one and kill it while dripping with blood. Only then will there be the greatest deterrent force. Wang Lin said calmly, but there was a type of terrifying killing intent pervading the air. The Wuxia bell continuously sounded for 3 months. The northern region's clans were absolutely silent, and even the powerful archaic ancestral kings were alarmed. This was the power of the human race great emperor. When the bell sounded, it shook the world. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, all creatures were intimidated. Divine Valley, 10,000 Dragon Nest, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, they were all subdued. Many undying king clans were worried. If an ancient great emperor appeared, who could contend against him? During these 3 months, there were ancient creatures that went out as well, all of them contacting the great sects of the human race. Their attitudes were extremely low, wishing to understand the situation through them. However, all of the king clans were disappointed. No one knew the situation of Purple Mountain, and they couldn't find out anything at all. During these 3 months, the human race was the most excited. From the beginning, their eyes were brimming with tears, but in the end, their blood vessels surged. They all wished to reproduce the human race's past glory. Many human race cultivators hurried to the northern region from all directions, kowtowing with each step as they approached Purple Mountain. They were all worshipping with sacred hearts. Why is it like this? Who can stop the passage of time? Who can live past the endless ages? Even the undying heavenly emperor disappeared, so what qualifications does the human race's Wuxia have? In the Valley of Divinity, a terrifying king roared, causing the entire valley to tremble. It was as if the sky itself was about to fall down. This is a conspiracy. I don't believe that the human race great emperor can survive. No one can live for so long. The terrifying ancient king said softly, making everyone in Divine Valley tremble. Many lower-level individuals were trembling. Ancient king, why don't we send out a few people without revealing our identities and slaughter them in all directions, wiping out a few great sects of the human race to test things out? An ancient creature suggested. That ancient king looked over. It was as if tens of millions of years had passed. His eyes seemed to have the power of reincarnation. The one who spoke immediately flew outwards, almost turning into a pile of mud. At this critical juncture, even if there were some suspicions, no one would dare to act recklessly. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the Motherf *King Human King were to truly revive, they would be courting death. It wasn't just Divine Spirit Valley. The other clans were like this as well. Even though they were fearful, they were also suspicious. If one didn't become an immortal, one's lifespan would eventually reach its end. Even the archaic emperors couldn't live for more than 100,000 years. Based on what? What right does the Mother**King human king have to exist for so long? No matter how strong Wuxia is, he can't live that long. After everyone calmed down, the various ancient tribes all had their suspicions. But not a single person dared to jump out. No one wanted to be the first bird to take the lead. If they were struck, they would all die. There is a limit to one's strength. There is no way one can activate the Wuxia bell for 3 months. Without an emperor appearing, how could he do all of this? What exactly is going on? There were also ancient kings who felt fear, not knowing that the Wuxia bell could ring on its own. In the following half a month, the northern territory was deathly silent, yet great waves were rising and falling in secret. The various clans communicated with each other, and undercurrents were surging. Adding on the human cultivators who went to Purple Mountain to make a pilgrimage, the situation in the northern region was complicated and shrouded in a strange atmosphere. It's impossible for Wuxia to still be in this world. He has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Finally, a person stood out and clearly stated his position. The Heavenly Prince stood out and said this in the northern divine city. It wasn't a private statement. This sent a clear signal to the 10,000 ancient races. Immediately, the northern region that had been peaceful for many days was stirred up, and the atmosphere became much more tense. Among the ancient races, who was the most qualified to say such words? It had to be him. Not only because he was the son of the immortal heavenly emperor, but also because he came from the ancient sovereign mountain. During these days, he went in and out of the various royal clans to clearly explain his point of view. Wuxia had already passed away many years ago, so there was no need to be afraid. For a time, tempestuous waves surged into the sky, and the tranquil northern region seemed to be about to welcome another violent storm. In the present age, if there was someone who hated Wuxia the most, then it had to be the Heavenly Prince. The ancient sovereign mountain belonged to his father, but in the end, it was occupied by Wuxia. This was a great disrespect and a humiliation to his father. In the eyes of many ancient races, the dove occupying the magpie's nest was a compliment to Wuxia. Blasphemy against a god was the truth and a great crime. Wuxia is dead. If we are talking about a god, it can only be my father. The Heavenly Prince firmly believed in this. What was Wuxia? He had already been dead for so many years. If there was someone who could become an immortal, then his father, the immortal heavenly emperor, was the only one. The Heavenly Prince's status was revered and special in the hearts of the 10,000 races. Even many ancient monarchs were respectful to him. There was no other reason than the divine blood of the immortal heavenly emperor flowing in his body. The Heavenly Prince's words caused a huge commotion. Many ancient races agreed with him, and many were waiting to see if there would be any more movements from Purple Mountain. How laughable! It's just an ancient emperor who has been dead for so many years. It's one thing for him to be deified, but even his son is putting on an act and calling himself the son of a god. Great Emperor Wuxia flattened your father's grave, so if you bear a grudge, then just say it. Why is there a need to splash dirty water and drag the archaic kings down with you? However, what kind of status does Great Emperor Wuxia have? Why would he care about an ant like you? However, it's hard to say for the various great clans. At this moment, someone from the human race stood out and spoke like this. Many people were shocked, and even the various ancient races were paying close attention. There were people who personally saw golden blood energy surging from the one who spoke, drowning out a part of the world. Human race's holy body, I'll kill you. The Heavenly Prince transmitted sound. He stood out in this delicate situation without any fear, not fearing the human race's emperor's might. Heavenly Prince, you egg. Back then, I cut you out from the jade pool, yet I didn't think of repaying you. Come, I'm going to kill a thankless wretch like you. The human race's holy body responded powerfully, only, his words were a bit sarcastic. The northern region was no longer calm. What kind of identity did the Heavenly Prince have? What kind of physique was the human race's holy body? This was equivalent to a confrontation between the future seeds of different races. Yuan Gu, you watermelon, get out here too. This time I'll kill you as well. Before people could wake up from their shock, the human race's holy body called out again. He called out the other ancient emperor's son to fight. The northern region was in an uproar. The humans were shocked, and the ancient races were furious. The human race's holy body was truly audacious. Challenging an ancient emperor's son was one thing, but calling out two in succession was a bit excessive. Holy body, I'll personally kill you. Yuan Gu stood out and coldly and ruthlessly responded. You watermelon and that egg, hurry up and get over here. I'll stew you all together. The human race's holy body clamored. However, what made people's jaws drop was that these three people who were destined to meet on the road to becoming a heavenly prince somehow missed each other. The heavenly prince killed his way from Divine City to Kaiyuan City. The human race's holy body killed his way from Kaiyuan City to Divine City. Yuan Gu killed his way from Demonic Mountain to Divine City, and the human race's holy body killed his way from Divine City to Demonic Mountain. Yuan Gu, you watermelon, heavenly prince, you egg. What are you running for? Wait for this seat to crush you all with one stomp. Don't run. The human race's holy body's aura devoured the mountains and rivers, shocking everyone. The heavenly prince was indifferent and unmoved. Yuan Gu's eyes became even colder. All of them stopped in their respective areas, waiting for the other party to attack. Valley of Gods, you bunch of hammers. Do you really think you're the emperors of the ancient times? You want to command the world and make the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe come and worship you? Did you hit your heads on the wall or your butts? Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the human race's holy body would be this arrogant? He left two ancient emperor's sons behind and went to provoke the Divine Spirit Valley. In the southern region, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Ji Ziyue, and the others were all stunned. They felt that this was a bit strange and didn't seem like Yi Fan's style. The Divine Spirit Valley was furious and wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Fan immediately. They sent out a large number of experts on the same day, but to no avail. Divine Spirit Valley, you bunch of hammers. You want me to kneel outside the valley and beg for death? I'll invite you all. Zetian was the first one I killed. Next, I'll trample every one of your little ones to death. In the future, I'll wipe out your entire valley. Too damn arrogant. This was what all the ancient races wanted to say. He was just a human, yet he dared to act so arrogantly in the northern region. The human cultivators were also dumbfounded. The holy body was so ferocious that it didn't matter who he met. He would trample whoever he met. That watermelon and that egg, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? After cursing the Divine Spirit Valley, the holy body began to provoke the two ancient emperor's sons. The heavenly prince's subordinates and Yuan Gu's followers were so angry that their noses were crooked. They wanted to curse out loud. You were the one who wanted to fight here, so why did you change your mind? However, the heavenly prince was very calm and went straight to the Divine Spirit Valley. Yuan Gu's eyes were also incomparably cold and emotionless. Go kill the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe. Let blood flow like a river and corpses pile up into a mountain. At that time, the human holy body will definitely come and fight with all his might. The heavenly prince's words were simple but full of murderous intent. This was the only suggestion he made after arriving at the Divine Spirit Valley. His identity was too illustrious. As the descendant of a deity, he was treated as an honored guest by the ancestral king. That's not very good. The Wuxia bell has been ringing for 3 months. Who would dare to act rashly now? If the great human emperor really comes back to life, it will be a disaster for the entire race. An ancestral king of the Divine Spirit Valley frowned. His huge body was as majestic as a mountain, so oppressive that people almost stopped breathing. There were dozens of huge wings on his back. The more terrifying an existence was, the more they wanted to preserve some of their race's characteristics. Go and destroy the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe and take the human holy body's myriad chi cauldron. I'll lend you the first volume of the Heavenly Emperor Ancient Scripture. The Heavenly Prince said indifferently. What? The first volume of the Divine Spirit Ancient Scripture? One of the ancestral monarchs of the Valley of Divinity stood up in shock. His mountainous body was incomparably intimidating. Dozens of pairs of wings unfurled on his back, covering the bright moon in the sky and creating a monstrous demonic cloud. The undying heavenly emperor was the only deity in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. The heavenly emperor scripture he left behind was called the Divine Spirit Ancient Scripture. It was a supreme immortal scripture that they had to worship. Legend had it that one only needed to look at the first volume to pry into the mysteries of life and death. There was an ancient path to become a deity. To be able to look at the first volume of the Divine Spirit Ancient Scripture was too worth the risk. He believed from the bottom of his heart that the great human emperor would not be able to live to the present world. No one could live for such a long time. This was a fatal doubt. Good, it's time for those barbarians to disappear. Let's wash the southern mountains with blood and give the humans a head-on blow. Let them wake up from their fantasies. This ancestral king said calmly. In his eyes, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun and moon sank, and blood flowed like a river. There was the vicissitudes and power of the eternal cycle of reincarnation. Very well, I'll wait for you to take the first volume of the ancient heavenly emperor scripture. Don't worry, God's child. I'll send the head of the sacred physique along with his cauldron to wash the southern mountains with blood. However, I need time. The heavenly prince left. This ancestral king was still standing there. His demonic energy filled the sky like an immortal and majestic demonic mountain. Ancestral king, if we act now, isn't it? Didn't I say I needed time? Wait patiently until the news from the Purple Mountain is confirmed. However, we can test it now. Gather the battleships. The northern region was terrified because some well-informed people had learned that the Divine Spirit Valley was about to start a war again. The battleships rumbled and were ready to set off at any time. Under the moonlight, there was a group of terrifying figures outside the Purple Mountain. They were all wearing loose black clothes and black cloaks that fluttered in the wind. From afar they looked like death gods. They were motionless and only their black clothes fluttered. It was as if they had been petrified. A huge godly source was cut open by Yi Fan. He had learned Genesis arts and was close to the acme of perfection. He was not far from the Yuan Daoist master, so he naturally wouldn't hurt the person sealed inside. This woman had entered the Purple Mountain to search for the fifth Yuan Daoist master. She died of love and only had a sliver of vitality left. Wang Lin sealed her in the godly source. Yang Yi lay on the ground, motionless. Her beautiful eyes were closed and she looked like a sleeping beauty. She was extremely peaceful. Although Yi Fan had exhausted the king medicine, he still had the immortal true dragon medicine. For those who still had a sliver of vitality, it would be difficult for them to die after drinking it. He poured a few drops of the true dragon medicine into her body. A radiance like the bright moon bloomed and ignited her vitality. She woke up after only a few minutes. The divine moon hung high in the sky, shining brightly. She was extremely confused. Her large eyes slowly regained their spirit as if she was recalling everything. Don't ask anything. There's someone who wants you to live well, Yi Fan said. Wang Lin, is that you? Where are you going? Why won't you meet me? Yang Yi stared ahead with tears in her eyes. The man in the black cloak didn't turn around. He led a group of death gods and strode forward. Wang Lin, I know it's you. Yang Yi sobbed and chased after him. The fifth-generation Heaven Source ancestral master used a large cloak to tightly cover his terrifying red-haired body, not revealing a single hair. In a hoarse voice, he said, Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else. This is already 10,000 years later. Wang Lin died on a morning when the sun rose, and his body dispersed with the wind. After saying this, he didn't stay any longer and quickly led the group of death gods into the distance. He only had one night to live. When the first ray of dawn appeared, he and the death gods would be turned into ashes. He had no time to waste. The fifth-generation Heaven Source ancestral master roared, Kill! Kill until the world is clear. Yi Fan fell silent. He didn't want to see this scene, but he couldn't change the fifth-generation Heaven Source ancestral master's determination to suppress the northern region with his death. Zhang Lin didn't want to see Yang Yi in this state. He wanted to leave her with a beautiful memory and not touch the present. Zhang Lin, come back. Yang Yi cried. Zhang Lin told me to tell you to live well. The 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master shouted one last time. His voice was trembling as he charged into the distance with the group of death gods. Yi Fan followed in large strides. Chapter 801. The moon was cold, the night was quiet, and the mountains and rivers were undulating. Under the moonlight, a group of death gods walked on the ground. Their loose black clothes covered them tightly, even their heads were covered. They were silent, and every one of them was filled with the aura of death. The underworld fog rose, and the gloomy aura became even thicker, drowning them in darkness. Yang Yi chased after them with tears on her face. She had just woken up and had already thrown away her shoes. She ignored her appearance and stepped on the cold and hard ground with her jade-white feet as she rushed into the group of death gods. She wanted to catch Zhang Lin and get to the bottom of it, but his figure was too fleeting and unapproachable. The current Yuan Taoist master's strength was unimaginable. After 10,000 years, his body was as deep as the sea, and his evil aura overflowed the heavens. He was half demon and half human, and had long since become an unimaginable existence. Zhang Lin, no matter what happens, it doesn't matter. Just stop, Yang Yi cried. Yi Fan couldn't bear to see such a scene. He sighed and said, Patriarch, if you don't turn back now, it might be the biggest regret of your life. The gloomy fog covered the star domain, and the world was pitch black. Zhang Lin slowed down his steps and stopped. His whole body was covered in the loose black clothes. Yang Yi walked forward with tears in her eyes as she looked at him quietly. Zhang Lin slowly took off the black hood and the black cloak, revealing his true appearance. His whole body was covered in long, blood-colored hair that was more than half a foot long. Even his face was covered with it, and his true appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Yang Yi slowly stretched out her jade-like hand and touched his face. With tears in her eyes, she said, No matter what you become, you will always be the Zhang Lin of the past. No matter where you go, I will always follow you. There's not much time left. I will disappear at dawn. Zhang Lin's voice was hoarse as he continued on his way. I'll go with you, Yang Yi said. No. Zhang Lin shook his head. But I only have one night to live. Why won't you let me follow you? Yang Yi looked at him with tears in her eyes. Yi Fan was also puzzled and looked forward. Unless you want to live forever, you should leave now. Zhang Lin said in a hoarse voice. Yang Yi burst into tears, her heart wrenching. Zhang Lin stretched out his hand, wanting to help her wipe away the tears on her face, but he soon froze in midair. It was a claw covered in red fur, with jet black, sharp nails. Yang Yi grabbed his hand and placed it on her face. She was heartbroken and cried loudly. I've let you down too much. After a long time, Zhang Lin finally said these words while trembling. He stood there looking up at the sky, not allowing his tears to fall. The wind blew, and the underworld fog filled the air. They set off once again. There was now a white-clothed beauty among the black-clothed reapers. Zhang Lin had also taken off his black clothes and transformed into a red-haired monster. The two of them walked side by side. The mist surged into the sky, ghastly and terrifying, blotting out the stars and moon. They were like spirits from hell, wielding the scythe of the grim reaper to reap the lives of the mortal world. They only had one night to live. When dawn broke, they would turn into ashes, never to exist again. There was no time to stop. They moved as fast as lightning, and during this process, Zhang Lin continuously captured the dragon veins. This was a terrifying scene. Each dragon was thousands of feet long, and they transformed into a beam of divine light. The Yuan Taoist master easily caught them in his hand, capturing the dragon veins and casually grabbing the divine essence ores. How terrifying was this scene? Along the way, who knew how many dragons had been captured from all directions, and they were easily caught in his hand like bugs. Yi Fan was shocked. The current fifth heaven source master had not died for 10,000 years. As expected, he had become an inconceivable and unparalleled existence. He couldn't help but think of the third Yuan Taoist master. An ominous event had happened to him in his later years, and he had turned into a monster. He had died in the dragon cave of the Qinling Mountains, and in the end, the Azure the Arch had to kill him. See, our lineage can also prove the Tao. It's just that this path is more remote. Clearly, the fifth heaven source master was guiding him. In the end, he pointed out a mark, which turned into a beam of light that entered Yi Fan's immortal platform. This is what I comprehended in my later years, as well as what I thought of recently. I'll pass it all to you. I hope you won't have an ominous old age. Back at the Violet Mountain, Yi Fan had listened to the Wu Shi's bell waves, observed the heaven-devouring devil jar, and comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. Wang Lin had not imparted these to him, and only now did he teach them all. Yang Yi and the Yuan Taoist master traveled side by side. They watched as he plucked the stars and the moon, restrained the earth's draconic qi, and changed the direction of the mountains and rivers. It was as if they had returned to the past, and no one could stop them as they traversed the northern region. They were about to attack the Valley of Divinities, a gathering place of the supreme ancient imperial clans. They would definitely encounter unimaginable enemies. Wang Lin was making preparations. The Valley of Divinities was located in the midst of thousands of mountains and valleys. Originally, not a single blade of grass grew here, but today, everything within a 10,000 li radius was filled with lush greenery. An ancestral king was like a small mountain, unmoving as he sat cross-legged on an immortal altar. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time, the evolution of the universe, and the creation of the heavens and earth. He was incomparably terrifying. In the distance, ancient palaces could be seen one after another. There were many ancient creatures there, and each and every one of them was incomparably powerful. They couldn't compare to the few great clans that produced ancient emperors, but they were still a true royal clan with the power to rule over the world. Ancestral king, we've already investigated. The Southern Mountains barbarian race's war god is their 17th generation ancestor. His magical power is truly monstrous and incomparably powerful, but he has already transformed into the Tao. As long as he walks out of the divine origin, he will immediately become a law of the great Tao, returning to nature. A malevolent-looking ancient creature with 4 heads and 8 arms knelt on the ground, his face filled with reverence and sincerity. Killing this type of Southern Mountains barbarian race won't take too much effort. Completely wiping them out in a single battle and dyeing the Southern Earth with blood is quite easy to accomplish. Another ancient creature said. His status was extremely high, and he sat below the altar. Purple Mountain is most likely like what the Heavenly Prince said. No great human emperor has appeared, and there is no imperial aura leaking out at all. It has always been peaceful in the past half-month. Another ancient creature spoke. Then what are we waiting for? Kill, massacre the Southern Mountains barbarian race, capture the human race's divine body, and have him kneel outside the valley to wait for death. Someone said coldly, "That's right, we have to make that human race's divine body kneel outside the valley. Directly cutting off his head is too lenient." Even further away, there were a few ancient creatures that didn't have the qualifications to kneel, and they all agreed. On the altar, the ancestral king's eyes swept over. It was as if tens of millions of years had passed, making everyone keep quiet out of fear, not daring to speak again. Kill, we naturally have to kill. We have to make the great earth flow with rivers of blood and make all schemes useless. However, we still have to wait and make sure that nothing goes wrong before taking action. The descendants of the ancestral king spoke. Perhaps only they dared to speak at this time. Do as you see fit. If you want to kill, then kill them all. The ancestral king said coldly. Dozens of pairs of wings spread open behind him, and a monstrous demonic aura rushed up, drowning the altar. He didn't say anything else. In this quiet and cold moonlit night, a group of death gods descended. Fog blew silently, but there was a murderous aura. They stopped when they were still an endless distance away from the Valley of Divinities. Yi Fan and Wang Lin walked out, telling them to wait and not to act rashly. The demonic mountains were like pillars that supported the sky, towering and majestic. At the center of the mountain range, a spiritual light soared into the sky, exceptionally bright in the night. That was the Valley of Divinities. This is really a good place. Yi Fan sighed. This place was surrounded by giant dragons, and there were many divine veins. There must be divine source ores underground. 10,000 years ago, I stepped here and discovered that there was an ancient king sleeping underground, so I didn't act rashly, Wang Lin said. The two walked forward side by side, injecting the dragon veins and Genesis chi they had captured along the way into the mountain range, into a special peak. The Yuan Taoist master's technique was amazing, strange, and mysterious to the extreme. Thousands of small dragons flew out from his palm with a raise of his hand, and when they neared the ground, they grew endlessly. Yi Fan knew that the Valley of Divinities was finished. Not to mention anything else, just this terrifying Genesis technique alone was enough to burn everything. The endless divine source underground, coupled with the dragon veins that had been captured, was enough to destroy the world according to the forbidden formation of heaven's source. It was enough to burn ancient saints. Today, the Valley of Divinities will be erased. I, the Yuan Taoist master, will suppress the northern region and return peace to the human race. Wang Lin's voice was sonorous and powerful. After this battle, the shock of the ancient race could already be predicted. Once the Valley of Divinities was wiped out, the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other places would definitely be shaken. A great storm that would sweep through the world would begin. What kind of person was the Yuan Taoist master? His wondrous techniques could shock the world and dominate an era. In particular, the current Wang Lin, who was half human and half demon for 10,000 years, was even more unimaginable. Not to mention Genesis techniques, just his strength alone was amazing. At this moment he and Yi Fan were working together, and they were naturally silent. Apart from the ancestral kings of the Valley of Divinities, the other ancient life forms had no idea. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and the two ancestral kings in the Valley of Divinities woke up one after another. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, and they turned into 4 terrifying beams of light that pierced through. Clang! The Yuan Taoist master flicked his fingers, turning the 4 beams of light into nothingness. "We can do it now," said Yi Fan in a deep voice. Boom! The mountain range was dazzling, an endless divine light soared, piercing through the clouds like an eternal divine furnace, burning fiercely. The divine light drowned the place, turning it into a terrifying forbidden land. The forbidden ancient formations of heaven's source were all activated, and all kinds of patterns interweaved and densely covered the area, sealing off all directions. "Kill!" Yi Fan roared, and a dagger axe flew out from the sacred shell. He grasped it in his hand, and there was also a damaged bell that floated above his head. As he waved the dagger axe, black-robed death gods appeared one after another, surrounding the Valley of Divinities. Roar! The Yuan Taoist master seemed to be possessed. His red hair spread out, and he was incomparably terrifying as he attacked the Valley of Divinities. The Valley of Divinities was as bright as day. Yi Fan and Wang Lin had set up the ancient heaven source formation to catch them all in one fell swoop and burn them to ashes. However, the ancestral kings obviously couldn't be killed just like that. They were too powerful and they might break out. A terrifying roar rang out. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. An ancestral king rushed out and faced Wang Lin. Thousands of earth dragon veins flew out from the Yuan Taoist master's palm. At first, they were like tiny rays of light, but when they bloomed, they crushed the world. Boom! These were the inscribed forbidden heavenly Tao patterns, and they all exploded after flying out. It was unknown how many times more powerful they were compared to the ones Ouyang Yi had carved in the past. Ah! The ancestral king screamed. Although the giant claw had turned into a small palm-sized world with mountains and rivers flowing within, it still exploded in the end. At the same time, Wang Lin roared and transformed into a Tao demon. He rushed over and grabbed the ancestral king's arm. "Who are you people?" The ancestral king couldn't believe that he had suffered such a great loss in the first exchange. Wang Lin, the subordinate of great Emperor Wuxia. The Yuan Taoist master attacked again. The human race's saint physique, Yi Fan. Yi Fan also roared. He entered the sacred shell and was completely fearless. He punched forward, and golden blood energy surged into the sky. Inside the Valley of Divinities, shouts shook the heavens. The death god had come. In the distance, on a cliff, a white-robed woman was blowing a jade flute. She was extremely beautiful and sorrowful. Chapter 802. Tens of thousands of mountains stood tall and majestic. In the middle of the night, the brilliance of the Valley of Gods rushed into the heavens. It was resplendent and dazzling like the burning divine furnace of the ancient heaven. At this time, shouts of war shook the heavens within the valley. Blade lights and sword shadows could be seen everywhere. This was a sad song of blood and life intertwining. Many people had gone mad from the slaughter. Who would have thought that the archaic imperial clan would be attacked? It had always been them ruling the world, slaughtering in all directions and overlooking the earth. But now, on this cold night, a group of death gods descended from the sky and slaughtered their way into their territory. This was beyond their expectations. Blood dripped everywhere. This was a blood-stained painting. Yi Fan brandished the halberd in his hand. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. A group of ancient creatures was cut in half at the waist and sent flying more than 10 meters away. A large number of corpses fell to the ground. There were no words, no indiscernible reasoning to speak of. There was only a battle of life and death, using blood and bones to perform a hot-blooded war song. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master roared towards the sky as if he had turned into a demon. At this time, he had already gone mad from the slaughter. The long blood-colored hair on his body spread out like an immortal scarlet ape as he fought against that ancient monarch. Countless heavenly origin patterns appeared beneath his feet. They flickered with a terrifying brilliance and curled around him. They extended in all directions, causing many ancient creatures to collapse. At this moment, the Valley of Gods, this immortal divine land, became the source of his power. All types of draconic energy and origin power were like rivers flowing into the sea, gathering towards him. Boom! A fist shaking the heavens. Wang Lin's head of red hair was like a tide. They danced about crazily as he attacked this archaic ancestral king. He didn't seem like a Yuan Taoist master at all, but more like a battle saint. This archaic ancestral king's torn-off arm had long since regenerated. The dozens of wings on his back unfolded, and endless black demonic energy overflowed into the heavens as he roared and rushed forward. This was a battle between saints. Between their fists and palms, traces of the great Tao burst forth one after another. They turned into a blazing light and all kinds of wonderful sounds rang out. Each of their attacks evolved the origin of the great Tao, as well as the mysteries of opening the heavens. This became a terrifying battle of the great Tao. Like a heavenly blade cutting through rotten wood, Wang Lin put his hands together and emitted a brilliant rainbow. It cut open the net of interweaving Tao marks and pounced forward. This was a close-distance confrontation, a scene of blood splashing everywhere. The Tao radiance that flew out from his hands seemed to have hacked off half of this ancestral king's body. Several pairs of divine wings were sliced apart, falling down. Divine feathers fluttered about, stained with blood. Even though this archaic ancestral king was injured, he was indeed extremely powerful. A pair of enormous claws tore through the Tao radiance and fiercely pierced through, stabbing into Wang Lin's shoulders and almost tearing off her arms. Decaying blood surged and released a strange light. The archaic ancestral king's terrifying demonic claws were almost corroded and quickly withdrew. This was a battle between life and death, a battle song of life. It was interpreted through blood and bones, using bodies to fight, using Tao laws to clash. To be able to become the ancestral king of the Valley of Gods, he naturally wouldn't be a docile person. When he truly went crazy, it would be hard to find anyone in the world who could suppress him. He was at a disadvantage against Wang Lin, and this was something that was hard to accept. He could not believe that this was a subordinate of Wuxia. How could the king human king have survived till now? Clang. A cold gust of wind hacked over. Yi Fan wielded the black heavenly spear and rushed over again. He hacked down like a streak of black lightning, breaking apart all obstructions. Pop! This ancestral king opened his mouth and spat out a Dao flower with 7 petals. Each petal was dazzling and beautiful, translucent and resplendent, blocking the black battle spear. The battle spear in Yifan's left hand hacked down. His right fist was like the head of a dragon within the boundless golden sea. It broke out from the sea, bringing with it heaven overflowing golden blood energy as it smashed towards this ancestral king's head. A muffled sound rang out. The Valley of Gods shook intensely. If not for the innate formation patterns, it would have long collapsed. This was a confrontation of physical strength. The ancestral king's claw that flickered with Dao patterns flowed with blood, and then it began to break down. Flesh and blood peeled off first, and then the bones cracked. Pooh! In the end, this ancestral king's claw couldn't stop the golden blood energy that was like a sea. It exploded, and white bone fragments and bright red blood flew into the air. It was a ghastly sight. His body flourished with light and rumbled with heavenly sounds. Expanse after expanse of Dao marks rushed up as if an ancient deity was singing. It was deafening. Yifan retreated. He didn't have the comprehension of a saint's divine laws, nor did he have that level of magical power. This archaic Dao light and divine laws were incomparable and fatal to him. Pooh! He rushed to the other side and swept out with the iron spear in his hand. Who could stop the flesh shell of a saint? A single sweep was all it took. Magic treasures, flying swords, and secret techniques were all useless. He killed them all with a single blow. Blood dripped everywhere, broken bones flew everywhere, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was a terrifying scene. At the same time, the 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master fought against this archaic ancestral king again. He had the upper hand, and from time to time, a string of demonic blood would flow out, dyeing the earth red. Wang Lin went crazy. He didn't have much time left. When the sun rose, he would turn into ashes and never exist again. The divine valley and the mountains in all directions were dyed in draconic energy. All of the heaven origin ancient patterns appeared, becoming as bright as day. The patterns interweaved, covering the sky. It was as if he was receiving help from the heavens. Even though his entire body was covered in red hair and his expression was sinister, there was the aura of a deity flowing around him. His entire body shone with resplendent brilliance. 6 seals for immortals. There was no divine source or stone skin. He used his hands to form this type of profound mysteries, merging them with the Tao. A hazy radiance erupted and swept outwards. All of this archaic ancestral king's Tao laws and endless divine force were sealed and flowed backwards, causing him to suffer a backlash. He cried out loudly and flew backwards. The 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master walked up and kicked out from the air. This ancestral king was almost kicked into pieces and sent flying high into the air. Blood flowed continuously, and more than 10 of his bones were shattered. Under the cold night moon, on a distant cliff, a white-clothed beauty was playing a flute. The notes were indistinct like sobs, mournful yet beautiful. Her eyes were filled with tears as she played a heavenly tune. Her heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife and her liver and intestines were being torn apart. Yang Yi knew that this was the last night she would see Wang Lin, the last time she would be able to appreciate his style of looking down on the world. After this night, everything would turn to smoke when the sun rose, and they would never meet again. She watched in a daze. The faint sound of the flute tore through the cold night sky and lingered around the entire battlefield. It was as if she was weeping and complaining. In a daze, she seemed to have seen the heroic and imposing Wang Lin from 10,000 years ago. On the day he became the Yuan Taoist master, all the holy lands came to congratulate him. The great gamble in the divine city, the great battle in the ancient mine, the heavens were set in the forbidden region, and he fought alone against enemies from all directions. He was heroic and unyielding, as if he had entered an unrivaled realm. In the blink of an eye, everything became empty. An inauspicious event happened to the genius of a generation in his later years, and he was no longer heroic and heroic. Now, he was old and inauspicious, half demon and half human. His entire body was covered in scarlet fur, but his unyielding blood was still there. He was going to use his last bit of strength to suppress the Valley of Gods and return peace to the human race. In the final battle, he would disappear with the wind. This was the life of the Yuan Taoist master. Yang Yi's eyes were blurred by tears. The jade flute was placed horizontally by her mouth, and her sorrowful sobs turned into a song. It resounded in the night sky and drifted into the distance. Zhang Linqing roared crazily. His blood-colored hair danced about. Even though he wasn't as heroic and imposing as before, now only ugly, his heroic spirit was still matchless. When the heavenly origin divine technique entered his hands, not only was it a source-seeking stone-cracking technique, it was also an offensive holy method. He fought a great battle against the ancient king, suppressing him with absolute power. Pooh! There were patterns everywhere in the valley that interweaved and shone brilliantly. He became an undying deity at the center. His attacks were like lightning, striking half of the archaic ancestral king's body, almost smashing it to pieces. This archaic ancestral king roared. All of the wings on his back trembled, producing ripples one after another. Ear-splitting Dao sounds rang out, as if a magnificent army was galloping. He released his true flames. He had always been suppressed, and this was the first time in his long life that he had experienced such a thing. He began to fiercely retaliate. Zhang Lin turned his hand over. Streaks of light scattered down from the gaps between his fingers. He descended like a deity. His right hand pressed down, and the heavenly origin Dao patterns appeared. The archaic ancestral king felt as if he was struck by lightning. That hand covered in Dao patterns was like the right hand of a deity. It possessed a strange demonic power, slapping him over and causing his body to crack apart. He couldn't help but cry out. The divine wings on his back were shattering, and the feathers were dyed in blood as they drifted about in the air. Suddenly, the great earth collapsed. The other ancient king finally took action, rushing out from the earth veins. He possessed world-defying power, and a world appeared in his palm. Primal chaos and thunder rumbled within, splitting apart heaven and earth, destroying everything. He wanted to kill the Yuan Taoist master. This was an even more powerful ancient king that possessed endless magical power. It made both Zhang Lin and Yi Fan's expressions change. This was an aged ancient king with a stooped figure. His purple hair scattered down, and behind him were 49 pairs of divine wings. There were over 100 divine rings surrounding him. He was emaciated, but his spirit was hale and hearty. His voice was resounding like a bronze bell as he said, "You came from Purple Mountain. Are you Zhang Lin under Wuxia?" "Correct. Wuxia's Zhang Lin has solemnly obeyed the great emperor's decree. Today, I will suppress the Valley of Gods and return peace to the human race." Zhang Lin's voice resounded through the air. Then he turned around and said to Yi Fan, "Time is precious. Kill them all." Yi Fan nodded. With a wave of the war spear in his hand, grim reapers appeared in all directions. They were the undying heavenly emperor's subordinates, and every one of their flesh shells was terrifying. They tore through all obstacles and killed all enemies. Since ancient times, this is the first time the human race has invaded the Valley of Gods. However, none of you will return. Let's see how you're going to kill everyone. The ancient king that appeared later let out a loud roar. The sonorous voice of the heavenly Tao rang out, and the 49 pairs of divine wings released ancient characters one after another, suppressing all directions. "Why can't I kill them?" Zhang Lin responded. His hands slowly moved as he said, "Today, I will kill another ancient king in front of you." Suddenly, the injured ancient king screamed. He was like a puppet being controlled by someone, and he was uncontrollably floating in the sky. His entire body was covered in heaven origin divine runes that were rapidly cracking apart. The Genesis Heaven Masters had already injected Genesis Chi into his body during the previous battle to set up heaven origin divine runes. He screamed and struggled with all his might, but he couldn't move an inch. It was as if he was frozen in the void. Another even more terrifying ancient king made a move, but he couldn't save him. Zhang Lin unleashed a supreme Genesis art, and as if he was using a knife to cut open a Genesis stone, he gently slashed across the air. Blood spurted out from the ancient king's body as he was disintegrating. This was a peerless Origin's secret art. It had already planted Origin Dao marks on the opponent's body during the battle. Now that it was activated, it was like cutting a rotten stone. Ah! With a final scream, the ancient king's body crumbled into pieces. Yi Fan followed closely. Golden battle chi surged around his body, drowning the entire Valley of Gods. With a punch, he smashed the flying head into pieces. On a distant cliff, Yang Yi couldn't help but cry. Seeing that Zhang Linxiong's heroic spirit was just like before, she felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Why did he only have one night to live? I won't be able to see you again. She sobbed. The sound of the flute first sounded like she was sobbing, but it suddenly became high-pitched. Dying on the battlefield, burying one's bones in the blade light was the final destination of heroes. There would always be a time when the curtain would fall. She played a battle song, crying as she bid farewell. Chapter 803. Inside Divine Valley, the blood of the ancient kings splashed outwards. Miserable cries sounded everywhere. Everything that came into contact with the blood evaporated. This damaged body possessed a terrifying demonic nature. Every drop of blood seemed to possess a type of undying power that could destroy everything in its path. This was precisely a saint. Their bodies contained a sea of spiritual essence, a random bit of flesh enough to kill a Holy Lord-level figure. It was terrifying beyond compare. Zhang Lin's Origin Heavenly Dao technique was unmatched. It broke apart the body of a saint like cutting through a rock, decisive and forceful, clean and efficient. This was a terrifying scene. All of the ancient creatures were stunned. At this moment, even the head of the ancient king was blasted into mush by the human race's holy body. For them, this was shocking and terrifying, unimaginable. Since the ancient times, this was the first time a human dared to invade, moreover so powerfully. Even the ancient king was smashed to pieces, making many ancient creatures shiver in fear. Qi! In the void, within that shattered flesh, a streak of resplendent light erupted. A dazzling rainbow radiance rushed out from the crushed flesh. I knew you would have this move. Yi Fan inwardly mocked. He had previously fought a great battle against Zitiandu, so he knew that this race had a strange ancient technique. Why did this race name their residence Divine Valley? It wasn't without reason. What they mainly cultivated was the divine spirit. The flesh was just a relay station. Divine Valley ultimately cultivated the primordial spirit, refining one's own divine spirit. When one reached the highest cultivation realm, they would abandon the flesh. As a powerful ancient king, his cultivation definitely reached a horrifying height. His primordial spirit was powerful beyond imagination, completely able to abandon the flesh shell. Yi Fan had his own plans, long knowing all of this. He naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of fear as he rushed forward. Ignorant human, in front of a divine spirit, so what if you have the sturdiest sacred shell? To me, it's just a body, just a relay station, just a place to stop for a short while. Now, I'll take it and use it for me. An expanse of blazing light appeared. A brand new archaic ancestral king stood in the void, rushing out from the crushed flesh and throwing himself forward. He looked like he was cast from light, impossible to look straight at. The entire world rumbled. All sorts of heavenly Dao patterns appeared. What undying, what eternal, what ancient, all seemed like they were about to be destroyed. At this moment, even Zhang Lin's eyes shone with a strange light. He furrowed his brows. If he wasn't careful, he would most likely suffer a great loss. This was the most powerful forbidden technique of the Valley of Divinity. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world, and it specialized in destroying the primordial spirit and seizing the human body. It was a terrifying secret technique that destroyed one's foundation. Buzz! Yi Fan spread open his arms and took the initiative to welcome it. It was as if he was opening the door for a thief. He didn't resist at all and allowed the immortal spirit light to fly over. What? He dares to be so arrogant? Is he courting death? Even if it's a sacred shell, so what? It's equivalent to a relay station for our clan's ancestral king. Would he dare to open the door and face the attack? Many ancient creatures laughed coldly. Just now, they suffered greatly, and now, they finally saw a scene where the battle situation was going to be reversed. However, the archaic ancestral king was extraordinary after all. When he saw this scene, he realized that things weren't looking good and wanted to retreat, withdrawing his attack. However, everything was already too late. Yi Fan's body was like a bottomless pit. This was especially true for the area where his immortal platform was. It was incomparably deep and had turned into an abyss, swallowing the ancestral king's primordial spirit. No! He screamed in fear as if he had discovered the most terrifying thing. He felt as if he was facing the ancient emperor of the archaic era, and his guts were about to rupture. He had only experienced such a feeling once in his life, and that was during the last phase of the archaic era. When he went to seek an audience with the Battle Saint Emperor, he felt a supreme heavenly might and couldn't help but sink into it. He knelt there, not daring to move at all. And now, when he entered the abyss, he had the same experience. He screamed in fear and finally understood what had happened. He must have rushed into the weapon of the ancient emperor. Or to be more precise, entering the supreme emperor weapon of the great human emperor was like a moth flying into a flame, courting death. Evidently, the Saint Emperor of the human race had dug a trap and was waiting for him to use this ancient technique to seize his Dao body. This was a fatal blow. A final miserable scream rang out. The center of Yi Fan's brows flashed with a black light as everything returned to normal. Not even a single ripple could be seen. Everyone was dumbfounded. The people from the Valley of Divinities felt their guts shattering. This was the foundation of their sect, a transcendent divine art. Yet it was disintegrated. This was a primordial ancestral king, yet he was silently devoured by someone, turning into dust, no longer existing. There wasn't even a splash of water. The heaven-devouring devil jar was the weapon of the ancient emperor. Let alone an ancestral king, it could even devour the sun, moon, and stars. Rushing in was naturally a path of death. Roar! At the side, an even more powerful primordial ancestral king roared. Surging devilish chi gushed up, blotting out the moon and stars in the sky. He stomped on the ground with a single step and rushed over. His entire body shone with light as devilish chi towered up into the sky. In his eyes, mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun and moon sank, appearing incomparably terrifying. These were traces of the great Tao. He used supreme magical force to slash at Yi Fan's primordial spirit, wanting to split open his immortal platform. Ding! Wang Lin moved. With a light flick of his finger, countless heavenly origin runes appeared in all directions, turning the entire Valley of Divinities into a sacrificial altar. Divine light shone like flames. They were going to sacrifice all the living beings in the valley as a living sacrifice. At the same time, Wang Lin used this supreme forbidden origin formation to block the ancient king, then he calmly rushed over. The ancient king's eyes flickered, filled with the vicissitudes of time. The power of reincarnation blasted out as he roared, "Tribulation Dao Samsara." This involved the Dao of tribulation and Dao. The two alternated, turning into a cycle of reincarnation, destroying the restraints of space and severing the karma of time. It contained boundless divine might. Facing this divine law, the fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master displayed a cultivation base that could look down on the world. Genesis runes covered his body, fusing with heaven and earth. His feet stepped on the boundless earth, and his hands held up the sky. His entire body glowed, like an eternal god. Heavenly essence and earthly chi rushed over from all directions, and the great Tao imprints turned into divine rivers that interweaved in the void. 10,000 mountains moved, countless earth veins revived, the sky hummed, and mysterious light poured down. All of these were used by the Yuan Taoist master alone. Every move he made represented the will of heaven and earth. Boom! He gently stretched out his hand and pressed forward. It was as if this world was collapsing, and the ancient king was instantly pressed down, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as his bones shattered. The beginning of the Tao, the end of the origin. Genesis techniques were also a type of Tao. When cultivated to the extreme, heaven and man would become one, wielding the heavenly Tao, omnipotent. This ancient king was emaciated and incomparably powerful. But at this moment he was coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering from great Dao injuries. Myriad things floated in his eyes, and after that, everything collapsed. He became even more terrifying. Yi Fan was about to use the sky-devouring evil jar on the spot but was stopped by Wang Lin, who warned him in secret, "Make people think that you have come under the decree of great Emperor Wuxia to suppress the Valley of Divinity and intimidate the myriad races. Don't use the sky-devouring evil jar recklessly, or else it will be difficult to erase great Emperor Ruthless' aura. Kill." At this moment, there was no need for superfluous words. He could only use his life to compose a war song and fight to the end. There was a broken bell above Yi Fan's head, and he held the black spear in his hand. He went on a killing spree in the Valley of Divinity as if he was invincible. The spear swept across a large area. Black light flashed, and 6 or 7 blood-stained heads flew up. Their faces were filled with unwillingness and fear, and the headless corpses fell into pools of blood. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. The spear struck out as if it was cutting grass. Ancient creatures were sliced at the waist one after another. Blood dyed the ground red, and corpses covered the road ahead. Wherever he went, it was difficult for anyone to stand up to him. He fought in all directions alone. Blood surged, forming small rivers. There were corpses everywhere beneath his feet. Meanwhile, those death gods were also extremely terrifying. The main reason was because their flesh was too sturdy, not any weaker than a divine shell. It was because they were the undying heavenly emperor's former subordinates, a group of divine generals. Even after endless years had passed, they were still unmatched. All types of weapons and ancient treasures struck over. When they landed on their bodies, it was difficult for them to leave behind even a scratch. They were terrifying beyond compare. They were like a steel flood that couldn't be stopped at all. A single person was enough to stop a magnificent army, sweeping through everything in their path. Since the ancient times, the archaic king race had always been high up above, overlooking the world. When had they ever been attacked like this before? Now, they fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance. Ghosts wept and deities howled, and the Valley of Divinity almost became a ghost valley. There were corpses everywhere, and a foul wind and rain of blood were endless. This was the first time the human race stepped into this place. This was a heaven-shocking change. On the other side, Wang Lin released a long roar. The proud blood was still present, and the battle was boiling. He forcefully suppressed the archaic ancestral king and was about to kill him. This ancestral king displayed his most powerful attack. 49 pairs of divine wings moved, and the sonorous sounds of the great Dao rang out unendingly. An undying deity appeared behind him. Dazzling light surged, and divine rings appeared one after another, revolving around him. The divine wings flapped, and that deity moved in unison with him, attacking forward together. It passed through the universe's great wastelands and condensed heaven and earth black and yellow. The creation of heaven and earth, the beginning of the Tao, and the laws of deities were all hacked over. Pulse-setting heaven and earth locking. Wang Lin still used the Origin Heavenly Book's ancient technique when facing the archaic ancestral king's exceptional technique. Streak after streak of divine light poured down from the cracks of his fingers like silk and strands. They turned into streaks of gentle light that penetrated every opening. They pierced through the void and entangled forward. This was the mountain-stabilizing dragon vein technique, and it could also bind the sun, moon, and stars, changing heaven and earth. Now, it became a murderous divine law. The archaic ancestral king's divine wings were bound, and the deity that appeared behind him was locked down. It was as if his body was trapped in purgatory, locked in place. A miserable cry rang through the night sky. His body was torn apart, as if there were divine chains binding him, causing cracks to appear all over his body. Wang Lin seemed to have already merged with the Tao. With a turn of his hand, endless divine light descended. The great Tao rumbled, rumbling as it descended. It was terrifying beyond compare. This ancestral king was crushed by the heavenly Tao divine chains. His primordial spirit flew out, wishing to seize the Dao body, but it was blasted into pieces by the rumbling Dao sounds. However, at the same time, the Yuan Taoist master also suffered serious injuries, almost torn in half. An ancient ancestral king that was aged beyond recognition appeared, tearing off the remaining half of his body. Divine Valley's final ancestral king appeared. He had always been asleep, and only now did he wake up, breaking through the divine origin. He had no hair, and his skin was wrinkled. It was clear that his lifespan was near its end, and he was like a lamp that had been extinguished. However, he was still extremely powerful and terrifying to the extreme. This was the present-age ancestor of the Divine Valley. Wang Lin's entire body was covered in blood, and the blood-colored hair on his body was dyed red. However, he was still calm and didn't connect the other half of his body, calmly facing forward. Wang Lin. On the cliff, Yang Yi's face was covered in tears. The Yuan Taoist master, who was no longer heroic, was still as unyielding as before. Ancestral master. Yi Fan walked forward, wanting to take action. Wang Lin stopped him and said, "The 81 great banners can destroy heaven and earth once. When to use them is up to you. However, after being brought out, they are about to collapse and can't be used for long." After saying these words, he calmly faced the most ancient ancestral king in front of him. The night was almost over. The silver moon was setting in the west, and there wasn't much time left. Wang Lin looked at the sky and then at the earth. He didn't say anything, and then he turned to look at the distant cliff. There was a beautiful figure there. Dawn was approaching and there wasn't much time left. He was about to disappear. Wang Lin. Yang Yi cried and rushed over without a care. She threw herself into Wang Lin's arms, letting the blood stain her white dress. She hugged him tightly and didn't want to let go, afraid that he would disappear in an instant. "Promise me live on well." Wang Lin patted her back and slowly wiped away the tears on her face. At this moment, the strongest ancestral king of the Divine Valley finally attacked again. The great Dao suppressed the sky and destroyed everything. Through the ages, one dream severs the Dao. At the same time, Wang Lin shouted. His body turned into an immortal light. There was no sound, no ripples, and it was boundless and extremely peaceful. This Dao slashed the entire Divine Valley. The ancestral king bore the brunt of it and was quickly evaporated. Then the other beings in the valley collapsed one after another, turning into this immortal light. What should be done has been done. The Yuan Taoist Masters faction will wipe out the Divine Valley, suppress the north, and return peace to the human race. Wang Lin's words were sonorous, like the ringing of swords. Finally, he reached out and gently wiped away the last drop of tears on Yang Yi's face. Wang Lin. Yang Yi hugged him tightly, afraid of losing him. A ray of dawn broke through and tore through the sky. Wang Lin's body was dyed in a layer of golden light. The red hair on his body all disappeared, revealing his heroic appearance. He smiled brilliantly, just like in his youth, full of confidence and extraordinary style. The Jade Lake Saintess Yang Yi was stunned. She was heartbroken and tears streamed down her cheeks. She wanted to hold on to him. However, everything was in vain. This imposing young figure turned into sand between her fingers, becoming fragments of light that slowly dripped down and gradually disappeared. "No, come back," Yang cried. Her tears flowed down her cheeks. She wanted to hold on to the last ray of light, but she couldn't do so no matter what. The fragments of light flowed continuously, seeping through the gaps between her fingers. That imposing figure was becoming blurry and disappearing. The fifth-generation Genesis Heaven Master, who had a peerless elegance, had left the world. It was hard to forget. He had killed his way out of the darkness and returned peace to the human race. In the end, he transformed into the Tao in the morning, turning into an eternal ray of light. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master had completed his mission and done what he had to do. He left just like that, leaving behind endless sadness. This morning would forever remember his achievements, everything he had done. Chapter 804. The resplendent glow of dawn was eternal. Zhang Lin's body turned into fragments of light that scattered with the wind, vanishing forever. The fragments of light continued to flow, unable to be stopped no matter what. Yang Yi's heart was torn, her tears fell like rain as she wailed. The entire world was filled with her sorrowful cries. This was a depressing morning that would become an unforgettable memory, one that would never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. Yi Fan felt a wave of sourness in his heart. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master had passed away just like that. A hero's downfall was like a mournful song, making people feel extremely sad. This was Zhang Lin's final destination. That radiant smile, that supreme demeanor, that golden silhouette that shattered under the first rays of dawn, became eternal, becoming an immortal scene that would be imprinted in the hearts of the people of the future. Zhang Lin, I don't want you to leave. As long as you can come back to life, I'm willing to sink into hell for all eternity to pray for you. Yang Yi wailed in despair. She knelt on the ground helplessly and used her fingertips to touch the ground where Zhang Lin was standing. She used her pure white robe to collect the osmium soil. She trembled, cried, and sobbed as she knelt there, burying her head in the soil, never wanting to get up again. The first rays of dawn shone into the Valley of Divinities. The Grim Reapers turned into ashes one after another, only leaving behind pieces of loose black robes that drifted down to the ground. At this moment, everything ended. The invincible battle team from the Violet Mountain had turned into dust, no longer existing. The Valley of Divinities was annihilated. Bang! Yi Fan acted with lightning speed, tapping on the center of Yang Yi's brows, stabilizing her crumbling immortal foundation. On her fair forehead, a trace of red flowed down. Yang Yi's eyes dimmed as she murmured, "You've already left, what's the point of me living on?" She didn't want to live alone in this world. She only wanted to die, to end this life and follow Zhang Lin. Ancestor Zhang Lin's only wish was for you to live on well, Yi Fan spoke in a light voice. Yang Yi was filled with grief, her tears fell like rain. She hugged the soil and caressed it, placing it on her chest before pressing it against her face, as though she would never let it go. She sobbed sorrowfully, tears blurring her eyes as she thought of the past. 10,000 years ago, she was the Jade Pool's holy maiden. She was peerless in her generation and reigned supreme in the northern region. All the geniuses in the world went crazy for her. Zhang Lin, on the other hand, was heroic and imposing. He had mastered a peerless Genesis technique and possessed the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. He stood proudly in the world, full of vigor and confidence. 10,000 years ago, the Jade Lake's Saintess and Zhang Lin were a perfect couple. One was a peerless celestial beauty, while the other was the center of attention. However, due to various reasons, the two missed each other in the end. Yang Yi was sad. Later, Zhang Lin married and had children. Many years later, he became the protector of the Jade Lake, protecting it in silence. In the latter half of their lives, they could only be bosom friends. Although they would occasionally meet, they could only stand respectfully. It was difficult for them to get close again. It wasn't until the grievous news came that Zhang Lin encountered an ominous event in his later years that he turned into a demon and passed away. Yang Yi finally broke free of all her shackles and rushed into the Purple Mountain, dying her own life for love. 10,000 years had passed and the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields. However, to them, it was still the moment of separation. Their hearts had never changed. The eternal morning glow froze this sad scene. Yi Fan didn't want to watch anymore and turned around to enter the depths of the Valley of Divinities. Along the way, there was fresh blood and corpses everywhere. Skeletons were everywhere. All the ancient existences had died, not a single one survived. At the moment of daybreak, Zhang Lin unleashed a world-shaking divine law. Through the ages, one dream severed the Tao, slaying the entire Valley of Divinities. This was an immortal divine light. The three great ancestral kings were completely annihilated. Countless ancient existences were crushed and completely wiped out. This kind of battle prowess and style was hard to find in this world. He had killed 3 ancient saint-level existences in one night. What kind of divine courage and tyranny was this? Yi Fan entered the depths of the Valley of Divinities and entered the various ancient palaces. He carefully searched and, in the end, took away an ancient scripture and some rare treasures. However, he didn't sweep everything clean like locusts because that didn't match his status as a disciple under Great Emperor Wuxia. Not long after, he walked out of the valley. Divine flames throbbed behind him, burning fiercely and drowning the heaven and earth. He activated the heaven origin forbidden formation that he laid down together with Wang Lin. Endless draconic energy surged within the mountains and ravines. This place became a furnace that burned continuously and then collapsed. "Senior Yang Yi, it's time to leave," Yi Fan said softly. The matters here had already been settled and couldn't stay here any longer. Yang Yi stood up and used her pure white clothes to wrap up the yellow soil. She wiped away the last drop of tears on her face and said, "I know, I understand." Yi Fan was astonished and didn't understand what was going on. She stopped crying and a trace of luster appeared in her eyes. She became unswerving. Light flashed and an expanse of Dao patterns flickered. They stepped into the Void Realm Gate and disappeared from this place. The endless mountain range was burning. The draconic energy underground rushed up and turned into resplendent light. Many mountains collapsed and smoke filled the sky. It continuously collapsed as if the end of the world had arrived. This place became a wasteland. What happened? Why is the Valley of Gods overflowing with flames? Are they carrying out a holy sacrifice? What powerful divine might fluctuations? Could it be that they are refining an unmatched ancient weapon? Ever since the Valley of Gods appeared, this place had long become a demonic land. No one dared to approach, and those who dared to intrude were killed without mercy. Everything within a range of several thousand li was a forbidden land. Something's not right. Look at that mountain collapsing and that valley caving in. It seems like it has been destroyed. Who are these people? Could it be that they are launching a large-scale attack on the Valley of Gods? Finally, everyone noticed the abnormality. Some people began to gather their courage and approach to see what kind of changes were taking place. What? There are corpses everywhere in the Valley of Gods? Blood has formed a river and dyed the ground red. There is not a single survivor. Everyone was horrified. Who exactly did this? To completely wipe out an archaic imperial race, this was simply unimaginable. The mountain was collapsing, the valley was sinking, and the great earth was caving in. Everything was being destroyed. This place became a land of disaster and could no longer be as grand as before. Wu Shi's subordinate Wang Lin has solemnly carried out the great emperor's decree to suppress and destroy the Valley of Gods. Everyone was horrified. These words were like a demonic curse that resounded through the mountains and ravines. They rumbled and resounded through heaven and earth. This was the heaven origin forbidden formation operating. A clear imprint continuously supported this place, activating unmatched heavenly might. It was as if a great emperor was roaring. The tremendous voice rumbled through this great earth. It was as if a celestial emperor's ancient war chariot passed by and crushed through the heavens. It stirred up everyone's bloodlust. The Valley of Gods has been wiped out. Who can tell me what exactly is going on? News immediately spread out, triggering a huge commotion. Divine City was the first stop, and then it spread in all directions. How is this possible? At first, everyone didn't believe it at all. What kind of place was the Valley of Gods? It was a great imperial race among the 10,000 archaic races. Even though it didn't produce archaic emperors like the Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, or Fire Qilin Cave, it was still incomparably terrifying. It was a glorious great race. It really has been wiped out. Not only is the Divine Valley burning, even that region is collapsing. All of the great mountains are collapsing. There were people who swore to the heavens that they saw everything with their own eyes. This triggered a tremendous commotion. Soon after, the news was verified. It was unknown just how many cultivators hurried over to personally see what was going on. There were humans among them, and there were even more ancient races of different shapes and appearances. All of the creatures here were shocked. Everything here was too terrifying. Not a single one of them was left alive. The Valley of Gods has been wiped out, and it was a single clan wipeout. This was a piece of news that shocked everyone like thunder. It made everyone's ears ring with wung sounds, and even their souls were shaken. The northern region was immediately thrown into chaos. It was too shocking. Everything was just too inconceivable. An archaic imperial race was wiped out, becoming history in a single night, forever disappearing. Great Emperor, the human race still has a great emperor that hasn't died. It was Wuxia who gave the order to wipe out the Valley of Gods. When this news was released, it was even more shocking than the Valley of Gods being wiped out. Everyone was stupefied, almost petrified. Wuxia's subordinate, Wang Lin, has solemnly carried out the great emperor's decree to wipe out the Valley of Gods. This divine voice, after being supported by the heaven-origin divine formation, became louder and louder. In the end, it was even more resounding than heavenly thunder. It rumbled and collapsed tens of thousands of mountains. This was a voice comparable to the berating of a great emperor. Everyone who heard it felt their souls tremble. They wanted to prostrate themselves in worship and kneel for eternity. In the end, the mountains and valleys collapsed, and the incomparably mysterious heaven-origin forbidden formation disappeared without a trace. The traces left behind by Yi Fan and the others were completely erased. Everyone fought to spread this news, making many ancient races tremble in fear. The entire northern region was thrown into an uproar. Wang Lin had already passed away, but this name was like the heavenly emperor's divine mark. It would never be erased, and it was engraved into everyone's hearts. Wang Lin suppressed the northern region and wiped out the entire Valley of Gods. Exceptional style. The one under great Emperor Wuxia is indeed extraordinary. It's unimaginable that he killed a great archaic imperial race. The entire northern region was in an uproar. All the races were discussing this like boiling water. It was difficult to calm down. The mountains collapsed and the valleys collapsed. The ancient heaven origin formation disappeared without a trace. Many cultivators and countless experts rushed into the Valley of Gods in search of the treasures. In the past, no one dared to step into this place. But now, all the living beings rushed in together. Many human cultivators and ancient race experts opened up one burnt stone palace after another in the sunken earth veins and searched through the ruins. There were people who found many treasures and some rare treasures. Dozens of great treasures were opened one after another. On this day, the northern region was in chaos. The hearts of the ancient races trembled. They were all uneasy and fearful. The Valley of Gods was plundered in less than a day. Many people felt their hearts ache because the true divine treasury had already been burned to the ground. Only when the ancestral king personally arrived did the mountain range calm down. All the cultivators retreated in fear. Such a great event had shaken the northern region and shocked the entire world. It was impossible for the awakened ancestral king not to pay attention. In truth, there was an indescribable fear in their hearts. No one knew better than them how terrifying the three ancient kings of the Valley of Gods were. But they had been killed just like that. They had no choice but to personally come and investigate. They wanted to find out what had happened. Is the human Wuxia really alive? Even his disciple can suppress the Valley of Gods. This Wang Lin must be the all-knowing great sage. On this day, many ancient kings gathered in the ruins. They all felt a chill run down their spines. They felt an indescribable fear and their bodies were frozen. In this battle, only one woman from the Valley of Gods came out. She wasn't killed while the others were all killed. The survivor was called Zi Tianfeng. She was Zi Tiandu's sister. Ah! The heavenly prince roared. His face was ashen as he smashed a teacup. Many ancient races knew that he had persuaded the Valley of Gods to send troops to the southern mountains to massacre the barbarian race. But now, such a thing had happened. How can Wuxia still be alive? He gritted his teeth. The destruction of the Valley of Gods this time was a great blow to his prestige. As the Son of God, he had a halo that others couldn't compare to, but he couldn't afford to squander it like this. Chapter 805. A person's life is but an instant in the long river of time. But if you die, it is forever, even longer than the ages. Don't talk about death so easily because life is much shorter than death. It is worth cherishing. These were the words Wang Lin had said before. Yang Yi thought about it in a daze and her eyes became blurry again. In the end, she hugged the yellow soil and walked away step by step. Where was her next stop? Perhaps it was the old home of the Yuan Daoist master, perhaps it was where Wang Lin's descendants lived, or perhaps it was the Jade Lake. Yi Fan watched her leave and could only sigh. He couldn't help her because many things had to be done by oneself. Only then could one truly pass this trial. The northern region was in chaos. The unfathomable Valley of Gods had been wiped out and removed from the myriad races. This overturned everyone's thoughts and exceeded everyone's expectations. As one of the great ancient royal races, they had experienced thousands of tribulations and had existed since ancient times. What kind of enemies had they not met before? The archaic era was extremely cruel. The ancient races were like trees in a forest and had experienced bloody battles. The battles between the races could easily last for tens of thousands of years. They were the cream of the crop. Otherwise, how could they have been passed down? The more they fought, the braver they became, and they were given the title of royal race. They were used to great scenes and had encountered countless great enemies. After passing through the great calamity of the archaic era, they thought they could rule the world and slowly cultivate for thousands of years. Who would have thought that they would be destroyed as soon as they were born? Moreover, this was done by the human race they looked down on. One had to know that in the archaic era, this race was not looked upon favorably and had faced exterminations several times. They had reached this day with great difficulty. They had just woken up from their slumber and thought that their glorious era had arrived, but this was the end. Many ancient races gasped and felt a chill in their hearts. The entire northern region was not calm. Only the human race was excited and their blood was boiling. The people under Great Emperor Wu Shi's command had moved everyone's hearts. The impact of this battle was too great. All the ancient races were scared. Even the powerful Valley of Gods had been destroyed. Who wouldn't be scared? Yi Fan was gratified after hearing this news. Wang Lin did not die in vain. He had suppressed the northern region in one battle and everyone was afraid. He did not waste any time and hurried to his burial place to retrieve his true body. Back then, considering that it was too dangerous to enter the Purple Mountain, he left behind his physical body and a wisp of his primordial spirit before he left, leaving behind the hope of resurrection. The mountainous area was tranquil. Not a single blade of grass grew, and not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan dug through the soil layer and went several thousand meters underground. His expression changed on the spot. Someone has been here. He immediately became anxious. This was his Dao body, the foundation of proving the Dao. He couldn't bear the slightest mishap. Who was it that came here? When he came to the deepest part of the underground, he saw a thief's hole. It was as if it was made by nature. Yi Fan's nose almost became crooked from anger. He cursed, "That dog Duanda." This immoral fatty wasn't in front of him. If he was here, he wouldn't mind hanging him up and beating him up, turning him into a thug and turning him into a mad demon. I am a great archaeologist. There was only this line of words in the underground stone chamber, and the origin heaven formation pattern that Yi Fan had set up was disintegrated. Fatty Duan. Yi Fan grinded his teeth. Where was this bastard now? How could he find him? He left this place and used the heaven and earth transformation technique to rejuvenate this flesh shell. He then walked towards the human city because he wanted to know what had happened during the month he was missing. He didn't know if he didn't understand, but now that he understood, he was shocked. This fatty really dared to make a fuss. The heavenly prince was called an egg, and Yuan Gu was called a watermelon. He challenged everywhere and threatened to fight a decisive battle, but each time, he would brush past the enemy and never fight. This damned fatty had been provoking and clamoring everywhere for a month. Even the Valley of Gods was cursed like a hammer. He had the spirit of being the enemy of the whole world and being the only one in the world. It was also a kind of ability that he hadn't been killed and was still alive. During this month, the human race's saint physique was in the limelight. If not for the destruction of the Valley of Gods, he would definitely be the topic of discussion. Yi Fan was speechless. Even though the people Duanda had provoked were all people he wanted to kill, this bastard was really asking for a beating. He chased all the way, wanting to find traces of him and seize his true body. However, this bastard seemed to know that he had made too many enemies recently and that it was somewhat dangerous. He had hidden himself, and it was difficult to find him. In the following half a month, the northern region was in chaos. All the races were thinking and investigating in secret, wanting to know the truth. Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave had produced ancient emperors before. It was hard to say whether there were emperor weapons or other hidden resources. Even they were shocked and searched everywhere. Whether or not the great ancient emperor was still alive became a sore point for all the ancient races. According to reason, he shouldn't be living in this world, but this battle was too frightening. Why is it like this? The archaic ancestral king muttered and pondered for a long time without saying anything. During the archaic years, ancient trees towered into the heavens and strange beasts ran amok. Great battles often broke out between different races, but it was rare for it to be this easy. The Valley of Gods was completely destroyed in a single night. In the following month, the northern region was still in chaos. No one dared to make any big movements out of fear of touching some bottom line. Finally, the great ancient imperial families discussed and issued a notice. They said that becoming an immortal was the ultimate goal of cultivators and that there was no need to kill each other on this path. When this news was released, the world was in an uproar. The tone of the ancient races clearly softened quite a bit, as if they were no longer high and mighty and were willing to live in harmony with the human race. Regardless of whether it is the archaic emperors or the great human emperors of the later generations, they have all said that all things reinforce and subdue each other. There is a reason for the reproduction of different races, and the heavens treat everyone equally. Someone from the archaic imperial family said these words, and it shook the world. Did they change their unyielding attitude? Were they really going to treat the human race peacefully? After the sect masters of the human race learned of this, they faintly guessed at the ancient race's fear and intentions. They quickly responded, saying that a rarely seen great era had arrived and that it should be a flourishing age and not a terrifying age of chaos. In the following period of time, the northern region's chaos eased by a great deal. Whether it was the human race or the ancient races, they all let out a long breath of relief. During this period of time, all sides were probing each other. They sent out some signals through some special occasions, and many of them were critical issues. In the end, as if they had reached a tacit understanding, the ancient races no longer said that they would go on an expedition to conquer the regions with the most spirit medicines, dragon energy, earth marrow, and other such resources. The human great sects also expressed their stance at a suitable time. The 5 regions were vast and boundless, and there were many famous mountains and rivers that could be conquered. The 10,000 races wouldn't lack pure lands. Wang Lin's battle had shaken the northern region, and the world seemed to have calmed down. It was unlikely that chaos would occur in the near future. However, all the great sects knew that this was only a temporary calm. No one knew what would happen in the future. Ancestor, this battle of yours caused the various races of the supreme ancient immortal realms to fear you. Your achievements will forever be remembered by the human race. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He poured a bowl of wine on the ground and offered it to the ancestor. At the same time, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Great Emperor Wu Shi's fame was truly unrivaled. This time, borrowing his name had played an inconceivable role. This might not last long. Yi Fan muttered to himself. If he wanted to continue shocking them, it would only become more and more difficult. Although there were still a few steps he could take, it wasn't time yet. At the very least, there would be a period of peace. He had to quickly grow up so that when the true dark chaos erupted, he would have a foothold. The 10,000 ancient races were inextricably linked to the 7 great life forbidden zones. This was a place that not even the ancient emperors could completely raze to the ground. If one thought about it deeply, it was just too terrifying. Had a period of relative peace arrived? Everyone was rejoicing. It was just that no one knew how long this would last. Duanda, you bastard, where did you go exactly? Yi Fan cursed. Amit Ba. On this day, in the distant western desert, An ancient Buddhist chant rang out from Mount Meru, shaking all the ancient temples. On this day, a Buddha child from the western desert crossed the central continent and entered the eastern wasteland. Finally, he came to the northern region and brought a decree: peace under the heavens. There were only these 4 words, bold and powerful. The moment it was unfolded, the heavenly Tao rumbled. Divine sounds descended from the heavens and Tao light rushed into the heavens. It was as if a group of ancient Buddhas were chanting. Their voices resounded throughout the world, shocking everyone. The victorious fighting Buddha had not died. This news spread out immediately. The 5 regions were shaken, and even the ancient races were shocked. All the ancient kings were shaken. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the archaic races, they didn't know what kind of feelings they should have towards him, because it was rumored that he was an archaic king, but he converted to the human race's Buddhism, cultivating on Mount Meru and becoming a Buddha. Previously, it was rumored that he had passed away in seclusion. Unexpectedly, he didn't die and was still alive in this world. Even the ancient races were incomparably powerful, but they couldn't help but be wary of him, let alone the human race. Who was the victorious fighting Buddha? It was rumored that he was a sacred ape, the younger brother of the ancient fighting sacred emperor. He had grown up under his guidance and his cultivation was terrifyingly high. Back then, he feared nothing and could rampage through the world. His cultivation was comparable to sacred emperors of the same age, and he had killed countless powerful existences. If it was really him, even the strongest ancient king would have to think twice before jumping out. Moreover, after the ancient races came out, they all went to the ancient land of the battle's sacred ape lineage to search. They didn't sense the aura of the old sacred emperor's weapon. Many people guessed that it had been taken away by his younger brother. The younger brother of the ancient emperor of fighting. If he had an ancient imperial weapon, who could resist? It wouldn't be too much of a problem if he wanted to wipe out an entire race. He had come out of seclusion at this time and passed down such a decree. It would naturally cause a huge commotion. Was the victorious fighting Buddha trying to mediate the current conflict and make all sides calm down? This wasn't something that just anyone could do. However, no one dared to say anything against him. Yi Fan was quite shocked. Laozi, Sakyamuni, victorious fighting Buddha. There was finally still one of these familiar names in this world that hadn't gone far. Not long after, the northern region was in a heated discussion. It was almost boiling because the ancient races had actually proposed to hold a meeting of the myriad races. This was definitely shocking news, and it was most likely related to the victorious fighting Buddha. At that time, all the races would have to send people to participate. Such a grand meeting would definitely cause a sensation. Many sect masters of the human race responded. They felt that there should be such a meeting. At that time, they could sit down and discuss some important issues in detail. Chapter 806. Previously, the situation had been tense. The ancient imperial family had wanted to massacre the Southern Mountains barbarian race. But now, such a reversal had occurred. Wang Lin had succeeded in suppressing the northern region, and the convention of the myriad races was about to follow. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Half a month later, there was definite news that the convention wasn't empty talk. It was really going to be held, and it had already been confirmed. The world was in an uproar. The ancient races were too mysterious to the human race. They were all incomparably powerful. Now, they were actually going to sit face to face and discuss the future. This was truly a huge matter. That damn Duanda, let's see where you can run this time. Yi Fan believed that such a convention would definitely involve the unscrupulous Daoist. However, he wasn't worried that Fatty Duan wouldn't return the body because the heaven-devouring demon jar was still in his hands. The damn Fatty probably did this because he was afraid that he wouldn't return it. The convention of the myriad races was definitely incomparably grand. Where and when it was held would definitely be very particular. This was because this was a matter of great importance. The ancient races were extremely powerful. If they really wiped out the human race experts, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. In the end, after discussions between the races and the request of the human race, the venue of the convention was chosen to be the Jade Pool. This was a safe arrangement. The Jade Pool had the green gold pagoda of immortal tears, which was also the West Emperor Pagoda. There was no need to fear any unforeseen events, and it could make the races behave themselves. To show their sincerity, the ancient race agreed to this request. Because they hadn't left the northern region, they had nothing to fear if there was a war. The humans were somewhat surprised to see them agree so readily. They couldn't help but think of Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Fire Qilin Cave, and other places that had produced emperors. Could they all have ancient emperor weapons? These days, Yi Fan had been nourishing this saint body with spirit medicines. He consumed a lot every day, and what he needed was bought from the auction house of the northern region Divine City. Now, he didn't lack source power. At this level, he could turn stone into gold. Moreover, he had flattened the Wang family of the northern plains and bathed the Divine Valley in blood. He had obtained a lot of divine source. This old body, after being nourished for half a month, was sparkling and translucent. Then he used the heaven and earth transformation art to transform it into his own appearance and reconstruct it. During these past few days, he had been cultivating his flesh shell while comprehending the Tao. The ancient scripture he obtained from the Valley of Gods was indeed extraordinary. It had its own unique aspects, explaining how to strengthen the primordial spirit. The fist-sized golden figure sat cross-legged on the immortal foundation of a sage. His entire body radiated resplendent golden light as he cultivated the divine spirit condensation technique of the ancient races. His body grew increasingly sturdier and more imperishable. Beams of divine light shot out one after another, converging together to form 9 divine halos. They appeared on the immortal platform and revolved around Yi Fan. After being enlightened by this ancient scripture and being remodeled, he firmly stood on the 9th minor step of the 2nd level of the immortal foundation realm, moving towards the perfection boundary. Yi Fan's spirit resided within the sacred shell. He borrowed the exuberant golden blood energy to refine his spirit and possessed an extremely powerful effect. Buzz! The void trembled. Yi Fan's spirit stepped out from the space between his brows. It was only the size of a fist, but it became more and more solid. 9 divine rings appeared behind his head, turning into undying Tao light. There was a vague sound of the great Tao resonating, rumbling about. Whoosh! Finally, with a flash of light, the golden figure once again sat cross-legged on the immortal foundation. At the same time, the sacred shell opened its eyes. There's still some time before the convention of the myriad races. Let's go see some old friends first. During these days, Yi Fan felt vaguely uneasy. After such a long time, he still hadn't heard any news from Pangbo. He didn't know where he was or if he was still alive. 2 days later, he crossed into the southern region and entered the Supreme Mystery Sect. Step by step, he came to the humble peak. This peak was still the same as before. There was no magnificent waterfall, no picturesque scenery, and there was no fragrance of flowers and birds. There were only a few stone halls that were about to collapse and large patches of weeds. The others didn't notice, but on the lonely peak overgrown with weeds, an old man opened his eyes and looked down. Yi Fan was shocked. Old man Li Ruoyu's strength was unfathomable. He came here on the body of a sage and stepped on the Ro incantation, but he was still discovered. Why did you change your physical body? Li Ruoyu asked. His eyes were like torches as he stared straight at the source. Yi Fan was surprised. Every time he saw this old man, his cultivation level would increase greatly. His speed was frightening. Back then, Li Ruoyu sat on the humble peak for hundreds of years and didn't make any progress until he finally soared into the sky. It could be said that a great talent matured slowly. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan bowed. Back then, the old man had done him a great favor and allowed him to obtain the Bu incantation. When he was chased by all the holy lands and no one dared to interact with him, the old man recognized him as his disciple. Li Ruoyu nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Yi Fan's primordial spirit sitting on the 9th small step of the 2nd layer of the immortal foundation, he was very satisfied. Yi Fan. Within a ruined palace hall, a man walked out. He was extremely moved, grabbing his hand with a single motion. Although he had entered the sacred shell, before coming here, Yi Fan had molded it into his own appearance. Zhang Wenchang recognized him at a glance. "It's me. I heard that you entered the starry space ancient pathway and left together with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. 12 years later, you returned. What happened exactly? Did you really return to the other side of the starry space?" Zhang Wenchang asked in agitation. He missed his wife and son, he couldn't forget the past. Yi Fan shook his head. He sat down and told Li Ruoyu and Zhang Wenchang about his experiences in the past 10 years. After that, he asked about the mysterious man attacking the humble peak. If he wanted to understand clearly what kind of enemy he was, he had to have an idea. "The invaders are extraordinary." Old man Li Ruoyu spoke. Yi Fan started. He could sense that this old man had already severed his Tao and was definitely a king. Yet, he still had such an evaluation. This was no small matter. A badly damaged 9-orifice stone golem was the main attacker. The others didn't act and were merely spectating from afar. What? How is this possible? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. When had he provoked such a creature? How could it be like this? Zhang Wenchang's cultivation was only at the 4 extremes secret realm, but old man Li Ruoyu was very satisfied. He said that there would be a day when a dragon would soar. Yi Fan sighed. In this world, perhaps only this old man was willing to teach this disciple. If it was anyone else, they would have long since abandoned him. He had a vague feeling that this old man would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Every time they met, he would experience a qualitative leap. His cultivation speed was terrifying. "Senior, this is an ancient scripture I obtained. I can't understand it, so I want to give it to you." Yi Fan took out a scroll of scripture. It was given to him by the 3rd beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Yu Dai. She said it was written by an ancient emperor in his later years. It was different from other methods. It talked about flowers, birds, fishes, and bugs, standing aloof from worldly affairs. That kind of mentality was almost impossible for humans. Moreover, there were no secret techniques or Tao methods. Yi Fan studied it for a long time but couldn't find a way. He believed that this ancient scripture wasn't suitable for him. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to give it to Li Ruoyu because he felt it was too similar to the great Tao of nature. As expected, when the old man received the scroll and carefully studied it, he revealed a serious expression for the first time. He sighed and said, "As expected, it was written by an ancient emperor. I hope it can help Senior comprehend the Tao." Yi Fan believed that this scripture was given to the right person. Rather than calling it an ancient scripture, it's better to call it a handwritten letter. I believe this was either left behind by the Grand Emperor or written by Emperor Hengyu in his later years. Li Ruoyu said. Yi Fan was astonished. The old man was unfathomable as expected. He could even deduce this. "When the day comes when you are about to become a saint, come back here and retrieve this ancient scripture. Although there is no specific method, carefully studying it will be greatly beneficial. It can help you pass the test," the old man said solemnly. "Wenheng, I'll wait for the day you soar into the heavens." Yi Fan stood up and bid farewell to Li Ruoyu. Not long after, he went to the Ji family. Of course, he was secretly led in. He came to the ancient cave where Ji Haoyue was cultivating in seclusion. It was very lively here. Yan Yishi, Li Tian, Li Heishui and the others were all here. They were all very excited. "Little Yi, you succeeded. The Wu Shi bell rang for 3 months in a row. That's too abnormal." Li Heishui said, "How did you destroy the Divine Spirit Valley? Tell us quickly," Li Tian said. "Big brother Yi, was it really you who cursed the Heavenly Prince and Yuangu?" Dongfang Man asked. Their hearts were filled with questions. They were shocked by everything that had happened recently and couldn't understand it. Yi Fan told them everything in detail. They couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned Zhang Lin's death. Zhang Lin's heroic spirit is unparalleled and he died. However, I feel that Yang Yi might be in pain. Why is reality always so helpless? Ji Ziyue murmured. In the end, they all went north because the convention of the myriad races was about to begin. Rumor had it that Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, the divine silkworm Daoist, the heavenly prince, Yuan Gu and the others would all appear. Not to mention the true giants of the ancient races. Some of them would definitely appear. At that time, it would really be a gathering of the wind and clouds. However, they separated and didn't travel together. This was due to Yi Fan's strong request. The main reason was that the bastard Duanda had caused a lot of trouble for him. He didn't know when someone would jump out to settle the score. The human race's sacred physique was too popular recently. There was still half a month before the convention of the myriad races would begin, but countless cultivators had already arrived in advance and entered this area. In the northern region, there were patches of scarlet land that easily spanned tens of thousands of miles. Not even a blade of grass grew, and most of them were barren lands. Although the Jade Lake was in the northern region, it wasn't one of them. It was located in an area with fragrant flowers and pleasant scenery. There was the tranquility of a bamboo forest, the natural nature of a stone arch bridge, and the spectacular sight of a 3,000-foot waterfall. Yi Fan had already been here during the Feast of Peaches, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this place. He didn't expect that the convention of the myriad races would be held here again. He didn't go in but stayed outside the Jade Lake, quietly waiting for Fatty Duan to appear. After waiting for 7 or 8 days, his target really showed up. Yi Fan was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. He saw another him, dressed in purple and had a heroic appearance. However, upon closer inspection, his gaze was too crafty and he didn't seem like a good person. This bastard! His other self swaggered over without the slightest bit of concealment. Moreover, he had his hands behind his back and looked down on the world. Damn Fatty! Yi Fan rushed over immediately and shouted, scaring Duanda. He then said with a smile, "Why are you so fierce? If you want to vent your anger, I'll go all out and let you beat me to your heart's content. Damn you, that's my body. Throw